I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every Ikepan, regular, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, but you got it. Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South, man. On the beat. To get your information. To be
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every Ikepan, regular, my brother, to spoon. You got a small TV, you got a small radio, too small. Yeah, yeah, too small. You want to get a news update, too small. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kili bamba, kili bamba, kili bamba. Kili bamba, kili bamba, kili bamba. What I want? Yes, but you got it. Yes, but you got it. to know what is happening, Morocco to spoon.
Indeed, if you want to know what is happening in Monrovia, tune to Spoon. If you want to know what's happening across the ministries, the agency, if you want to know what the policymakers are doing or saying, just tune to Spoon. This is where you get the news, the updates, the views, the analysis. One full package here every single day. I'd like to welcome you to this edition of Spoon Talk. My name is Nelson Collier. And Spoon Talk is where we make sure that you're informed. We bring you up to speed with the happenings in the country every single day. And so welcome to the show. We ask you to kindly share the program as you join us tonight. We are live on Spoon 107.5 FM, live on Fabric Radio 101.1, several other frequencies across the country. Thanks to Voice of Liberia 104.1 for relaying the show, and a host of radio stations across the country as well. Many thanks to our online audience, those of you who always make up time to join us here on Spoon Talk. Let me recognize a few of you. As a matter of fact, you can find us on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, and Super TV on Facebook. You can also find us on Spoon Talk Live. And I want to appreciate all of you here tonight. Let me recognize a few of you. Aloysius Tante, Gus Kerman, thanks for joining us tonight. Philip Bala, thanks, Mr. Bala. Lofa Zo, thank you for being here tonight, brother. Ali Kabah, we appreciate you for joining us. Abraham Johnson, thanks for being here. Cyrus Collins, we appreciate you as well. Cecilia Sam, thank you for joining us. Dede Nouvel, we appreciate you for coming on tonight. I see Fidesco Tia is here tonight. I'm good, and thanks for joining us, Fidesco. I appreciate you for coming on tonight. Natana K. Hill, May W. Merchant, thank you for being here tonight. Say Duggan, we appreciate you. Samuel Brown, thank you for joining us tonight. Now Gordon is here, and I see Hipko Kazi has joined us as well.
Yes, sir.
We ask you to keep sharing the program as you join us tonight. Say Duggan, thank you for coming on tonight. Robert Gumme, thanks as well. We appreciate all of you coming on tonight. Keep sharing the show as you join us. Freeman, my dear sister, thank you for joining us tonight. It's going to be a great show. A lot coming up here tonight. So much to talk about. Plenty of things happening across Liberia. Full update and analysis on all of those different happenings coming your way here very shortly. So I want to say thanks for joining us. My name is Nelson Collier, and the CEO and the rest of the team will join us shortly as they take us through this edition of the program Spoon Talk.
Africa.
In the meantime, we'll go to the phone lines, take your calls, get your views, know what your thoughts are, what are those issues on your minds, what is it you want to talk about, health, education, politics, just anything that is of concern to you. You get to have the opportunity to speak out on those different issues of concerns here every single day. So welcome to the show. 055-101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the program. 055-101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the program. This is Spoon Talk. This is your program. And it's now time that you call in and weigh in your thoughts on the different issues here tonight. 055-101075, and you will be live on the program tonight. So we'll go to the phone lines. Let's start to take calls now. 055-101075 is the number, and you'll be live on the show. Let's take our first caller here. Hello.
Hello, Nelson Collier. How you doing?
I'm okay, sir. It's good to have you on. What's on your mind?
We sorry, we are 2 years. We want to share a sorrowful, horrible story with you quickly. We will not take much of your time.
You say?
The 23rd, the 24th of last month, our son was killed gruesomely in Bebestan, in Malcoffee Township. 3 days. And we will come to the station there to appear on Spoon. We want to know how much it will cost us.
Okay, so we can have that conversation on air now. You can maybe call after the show or make a stop at the station, the business office, and then you get the information surrounding that. But thank you for calling. Thanks for participating on the show
Thank you.
tonight. 0555 Hello, your name and where you call from?
Nelson Colette.
Yes,
Good
sir.
evening.
Good evening, sir. It's good to have you, and let's hear you.
Yeah, this is David King. And I join you from my small notice resident this evening.
Let's hear you, David. What's on your mind?
Yeah. Yeah, what my mind has to do with the current dictatorship I had before this country. This country, it did not start with Mr. Buakai, and I don't think it went with him. Mr. Buakai took a janitor widow who were in a war room as a unity partisan and sent him to the National Election Commission to preserve our electoral process. And I've never seen from the day of Emmett Hammer, I've been following Liberian politics from 1985. And from the day of Emmett Hammer day, I didn't see a member of the NDBL serving as National Election Commission. But today, in the new dispensation, Mr. Buaka says, Lofa County will carry the day. He took a janitor widow who came from Lofa and later turned to back serve as election commission. The Buaka took out our central bank and gave it to his nephew, Samoa. He also looked at our finance ministry and gave it to a Lofa man.
Thank you very much for
our
your input.
And give it to his nephew again.
Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Alors, Miss Médé, from the Sopine Ofi.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. My concern had to do with the lawmaker going to visit the border area there. You see, those people, because they say with the law, we the citizens, so they were going there to represent us. It's happening to we the citizens, and they had to pay them that kind of huge value of money just to go and see. Why people grieving just to go and see? They spend over 200,000 on lawmaker. Look, it's the biggest community in Peaceville, as far as concerned, brother. But no government is looking the community yet. Then, wow. So what do they really love us, or we should be dying first before they know that they're representing us, or are they representing themselves?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. 0555-101075, the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the show. Keep your calls coming to 0555-101075. Hello, what's your name and where you joining us from?
Good evening, Nelson.
Good evening, sir.
P from 540.
Let's hear you, Mr. P. What's on your mind?
Yeah, what's on my mind is our this thing that took place at the Guinea border. Yeah, investigation it needs to be made so that they can investigate some of our legislature, because their names are coming out that there are people that are involved for the mining of the area who carry machine to that area to mine. Companies that so those are involved that come from the legislature.
Okay.
So that the investigator. Any other person, you can be a minister or whosoever, if you are involved in that particular thing there. So we just sit down here, few people can't cause power for us here. So they need to be investigated. So
thank you for your input.
The cause of the thing that happening.
Thank you. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm George from Red Light.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, it's calling for Red Light.
What's on your mind?
Red light.
What's on your mind? I heard red light. I'm asking what's on your mind.
You don't forget government pay all too much. The bad government ever see in the country. Yeah, the very big weekend to all take money to get the people are still going to pull out the go see 200,000. Man, they got the weekend government I ever seen my whole life to be friends. So government will prosecute anywhere to do.
Thank you for your input tonight. 0555 Hello.
Yeah. Good evening,
Good evening, sir. What's on your mind?
my name is Emmanuel Junior. To join from
Go ahead. Let's hear you. What's on your
Yeah,
mind?
yeah. Today is my first one. Last night we have received my package here, and also my thing I've been to my district representative. I want to tell you on a multiple panel. Please, we now want you to put your signature on a resolution or on a you get called about because if you do it, we're going to now. You are the people that see you now. I guess yes. The last night I won.
Yeah, so your package is being put together. Roads should be getting to you guys by tomorrow. But thank you.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. 0555 101075. Hello. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hello?
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, nothing. Thank you. How are you? How you doing, my brother?
I'm doing okay. It's good to have you, sir. What's on your
Yeah,
mind?
this is John D. Thomas, and phoning from around the St. Paul River this evening, where everything is calm, covering 24 hours around the clock. Quickly, nursing, for you to have come and say Jonathan Widow from Lofa is quite unfortunate.
He's from Bapolo County.
Let me just take it a little bit back. Because the hard people are not fast sighted. Their sight is very short. When the appointment of titular reads took place under your region, what were you saying? You were celebrating. Even they were at Lasana because of our closeness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me let you know something. Jennifer Wheeler is not a member of the United Party. Yes, indeed, he's a member of the United Party. When Jerome Kokoya ran on the United Party ticket in Boston District 3, and you are later on defeated and you are appointed election commissioner. Under his regime, CDC won 2017. So Jerome Kokoya now a United Party participant. My brother, let's see tactics will not help you guys. It will not. Let us go into the race, let us wait for the time because the is still up. When we get closer, they will see all face to face. You know what the United Party can do when it comes to election. You know our tactics. You know that we intellectually we are balanced more than you people. Just stop. We are getting ready for you people. We are preparing.
Right. Thank you.
All the bicycle will be turned to the angle of the CDC camp.
Thank you for your input. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, nothing. You on my man. I didn't let my
No,
thought.
but we can't have you on the line for the longest. There are so many people trying to call. Please. Hello, let's hear you. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Nelson. For that, there's a for the United Party in the election period.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Nelson. There's a for the election period of the United Party. Oh, I got to put the issue one quote to Honorable Yeke. Yeke, your representative. And betray your own country way, Judah, betray Jesus Christ. But never deny your leave that capital building. And two, the city mayor. Please, Mr. Honorable, don't honor man about government. We put more coach in the play, the city go water, sir. That new post we that centers we get no rest to put kids. Thank God the president said that Smith come on move to plant the flower. You saw the water and send the communication to the house and that team on move. If we get a support, be fun and go to the hall and tell the Senate, the representatives of Senate. Now, they're personally budget. The center police went yesterday and left my area. Wow. We went through the system and I was paying more income revenue. The center police today I was there. One pregnant woman, quick come up. Wow. Mr. Shapa, go Warasa, go Tuara. They come in. Yeah. If you want to wear the but don't know the old man. Oh, man, there's a two everything for the Labrador people. And to ask Chelsea, go on and move up behind you. You unspool, you'll become Labrador people.
Not
So
Isaac
thank you
Jackson.
so
It's
much.
Sam Jackson. It's Bako. Bako.
Yes, yes, thank you. God bless you.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. You're live on the show. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Thank you, Nelson. I'm Abraham. I call from Busher Island. The first thing is I want to appeal to my fellow caller. If you have 1 minute, please use your 1 minute. And leave the CDC and you pay 5 minutes because you take all the time. We don't have the time to call in. Next thing on my mind is that I'm appealing to your station. So please bring forth a discussion that will allow us to discuss the issue of a new capital.
Thank you.
This place has been commercial. There's no available place to a modern city. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input. So we are waiting to see you and the rest of the team. Once they come. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Hello?
Hello, sir. You're live. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Marcus David, according for Rehab.
Marcus David, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
No, thing I hear that when people say government to investigate what happened to the Guinea Polo, the thing is not in hearing. They put arrested on the handle lawmaker whatsoever. I mean, what things are happening. They will not for people stoop on the sun to give you power, honor the rain to give you power. May open your mind to them to know that what's happening is wrong. Then they come out to tell us something. 2 years people quoting legislature complain, oh, they put not payroll, law make not payroll, my brother. The people there to make law. So people are here, people say, oh, they put not paying hospital, they're not doing the one, they not want, they have government students, they have country phone, they have other one. Why they can't people are accountable? But only have law makers, the men not pay road, why the men not pay hospital, why the men not pay school? Legislature role to pay school in the country or in the district.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. We appreciate you. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Good evening, Nelson.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. You're live. Let's hear you.
Thank you. This is Ben Johnson. I am the member in the party intellectual bureau.
Ben, what's on your mind?
Yeah. I just want to provide a little information concerning about the money. What happened to the border star? I listen to many people, talking about the money, how people get their money. When we were on Cavalry, 2019, 2018, what people can do the river side, for example, because you can't get lesson for us now. When we were minding, people say, oh, they can't get lesson. If you want agriculture, they can't get lesson because the watershed boundary between two groups. So what we do, so that we work, then the agriculture can over week time, maybe they tell them to pay 10 grand every week. And from Labrador start to pay the same 10 grand. So everybody got that they for two countries. Nobody they can't share banking. But you can from other posts you can't record and say land for you. You know what I'm saying? So we've been doing the money on Calabria, we take that money for almost they have army pull you go there all with the people and all they sit down with all lecture all they say oh the river for everybody. The only thing that we want to see everybody from Ghana or Mali to Maya, only Labrenpo and the Labrenpo to Maya and will carry on the money. Nobody said, but people Ghana, the Guinean only one problem to different. That problem is looking for because what means that how you come on from your side on the other side is play for you. You want to learn from that what they can share boundary river. Look at Gambia and Senegal. That lake water that the boundary. But they come here and come to our side, they say they play for them. And the second issue, the last time I told you, hello?
Yeah, please conclude on that.
Yeah. The last time I told you, our country is surely bleeding when it comes to corruption activity in the country. The Supreme is turning. The Supreme is seriously in the country. Last time I told you on the radio, the Supreme is seriously in the country. Very corrupt. See, Senator to that position, no in the country. Very serious to be friends.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Hello. Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing?
You're live, sir. Let's hear you.
I'm Jasper.
Yeah, Mr.
I
Jasper,
call
let's
it
hear
from
you.
Bon County, yeah. Jasper, calling from Bon County.
Go ahead, let's hear
Hello?
you. What's on your
Okay.
mind, sir? Let's hear you.
The issue on my mind, is the appointment of Jonathan Widow. Jonathan Widow served as war room during the going election. So he's not neutral. You see, we don't want to repeat the history of how they call him, the guy who served as election commission 1985. Emmett Hammond. It brought chaos into the country after that election because he was not neutral. Emmett Hammond was NDPL member, and they appointed him. We all felt the impact of Emmett Hammond's mistake starting from November 12 about the invasion leading to the 1990 war. Joseph Boakai should know that this country went through a lot of hardship and war, and we don't want to go back to the bushes again. So let him reconsider a decision. There are a lot of qualified Liberians. Why should he focus on using General Widow voice or on the radio naming and when we know the party won 2023?
Okay.
Is that a recording? How can he be election commission? How can it be credible and trusted? We don't want to go back to the butchers. So please tell Joseph Boakai, let him consider a decision, or else it will be. We will not be we will not allow Jonathan Widow to serve as election commission. I say this.
So how y'all will not
point,
how y'all will not allow Jonathan Widow now?
Jonathan Widow is not neutral.
No, you say in the president. No, listen now, listen. Hello. Let's forget about all our other history then. You say if the president now withdraw Jonathan Widow, y'all will not allow him to become election commissioner. So how y'all will do that one? I want to understand.
Or how we'll do it?
Mm-hmm.
You will see. Just say that, and you see. I would want me to tell you to do it. I tell you something for you to tell the president to withdraw.
But the president is everybody's. Listen now. Listen to me. Listen. The president is everybody's president, and that's why you have the flow now. You're given the time to speak, and you are speaking during your time. You are sending your message out. You say if the president now withdraw Jonathan Widow, you will not allow him to be NEC chairperson. So I'm asking you, how y'all manage to do that thing here to not allow Jonathan Widow? They say, I will see. Hello. All right. See the man I joined to the Senate too. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Too bad we lost that person. But you see, this thing about democracy is a shared responsibility. I don't know, but the citizens get to have the authority to make most of the decisions during election. You know, during that election time, at the time you get serious power, you the citizens. You decide who become representative, who become senator, who become president, vice president, and all of that. But when you finish making the decision at that point, you hand the authorities over to people to make decisions for you. And like in this case, the president has the constitutional authority to make certain decisions. Who gave him that authority? That you, the people, can decide during election. So when you finish making a decision now, the people who you put there, when they're making their own decision, then you say, the way you made a decision, I agree. It will go my way. You know, sometimes, but this is democracy. And we can only listen to the views and peep into your own thoughts and get to know what you guys are thinking. And that's what this segment of the program is intended for. So let's take more of a calls. 0555 Let's take this person. Hello.
Slave of the land is Afonso A.S. Kamal. Let me strictly go to the point and directly speaking to the Unity Party-led government headed by Barcelona Deacon President Joseph Nyuma Boakai and his speaker, Regime Speaker Ricky Namweku, and his co-worker Thomas P. Bala. They are accountable to us. Let us tell Liberian people just to go to do unnecessary patrol where they will not call on the even stand to the very officer and solve that problem. They took 200,000, they increased 200,000 for our economy at this time, where doctors are not being payable, MCSA teachers are not taking pay, they are on stretch, and other public servants. No, let people are accountable. They are public officers. We voted them to be accountable to us. Then another serious saga at the LAA Labor Airport Authority. President Booker aware of that saga. The board member of the airport had all alignments or united parties, so they are putting the management out there. We don't want to see anything. And demonstrate leadership ability because they stuck leadership ability in at the time. That's why Liberian people voted him. When he is not demonstrating, they for the 2 years, leadership ability that they stuck in him, the main president. The perpetual fire with all the kind of happenings in our country. So I call on national government to be accountable to us. We entrusted them with our state power. Then they tell us, just one day, half day say, they just go and spend free money on merrymaking, on Mr. Gentleman and Mr.
Okay, thank you. Hello, your name and where you call from? Hello?
Yeah, good evening. Merci, Nicolas. I said good evening to you are this number 10 of our country.
Good evening. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, taking this more is a phone this in com.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, let's see why is some of mine this in to do with already said on the rejected call. For some especially angle of citizen of concerned citizen number 10 of our county. We are actually in full support of the impeachment of Honorable Columbus. I think Honorable Columbus had dissipated the office of the district, and there's a need that he be impeached. And we are in full support. I can speak currently, you know, see? For some of us, we are galvanizing our district, and we are submitting the letter to the Honorable Columbus impeached, and we'll be presenting our petition to the lawmaker to the House of Representatives, to the Speaker, at the next week. We are very clear about that. We can have a representative who is not representing the people in the interest, but rather he represents own interest. Just really very serious about it. Thank you so much for opening up.
Okay, thank you. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Lasana Fayo. I'm calling from District 17.
Asana, you're live on the show. What's on your mind?
Yeah, man. What on my mind is about those guys that are crying on Jonathan widow. You have CDC woman who was the election here, the Esther Brown Lasana, was from CDC, and she was appointed. Let me tell you something, instead of my one taking all the time. If even Akara will be appointed as election commission here, even Jangako be appointed, even George Weah, the party will still beat them. You were revoicing our country. You were looting the whole country. Then you complain on United Party government. What think you see happening wrong? You think you were doing better things like Bravo who get you out? We voted you out because you were in our country. You were not capable of being a leader of this country. You're a found place to lay down, man.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your input. We appreciate you. Hello? Your name and where you joining from?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hello?
Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Sua, calling from Red Light.
Daniel, what's on your mind?
The only thing expected for Mr. Boga to do is to appoint Clark Weah as election commissioner. It would be better for we the citizen.
You sure you citizen?
Yeah, it would be better for us. That's the only way. Other than that, would Valley.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Alright.
Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
Thank you so much for allowing me on the line. This is what on my mind is having to do with the issue about the police and a lot of we the tackle.
Yeah, let's hear you.
See, brother, the police should be able to understand that these keke that we are riding, it is not our own personal keke. We took those keke from people for work and pay.
Yeah, but the police are taking off when it comes to the issue of the keke. It is not going down well with us. It is not going down well with us because the police only target us, but they are not targeting any other person, but only us. So now police may look like they give one person about 2 to 3 tickets in a day time. Even when you try to make the owner say, "Oh, I get a million issue ticket." So they see it getting to be so embarrassing for us that to meet our target. It is not easy to even get a report money straight. So if the police continue this, then it means that we and the ticket rattle, we are going to protest against the police seriously, and our protest will not end until we see beyond it. Because it is getting very serious. Even to the extent that even in the
We actually lost that caller. Let's see if we can take this person. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Melvin Dafwa, and I call from Kakadama, County.
Melvin, what's on your mind?
Yeah, my concern has been thrown this evening on the agent from 2 different ministries in Liberia. That has to do with the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Labor. My brother, the people, more especially in Kakata, yeah, when they go in a foreign store, the Indian Lebanese, when they go in those stores, instead of them going to do their they go there, they just shake hands with the people, get a cold bottle of drink, and walk out. Yeah, it's very disappointing. I saw it recently on Netty Crowd from Liberia.
Okay, thank you. Great concern. Hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, you're alive. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the show. My name is Richard Barish. I'll call you from my JJY resident this evening.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
And the folks there at the national NTA. Had it not been so, I think there could be a serious crisis in this country when it comes to transportation. The Ministry of Transport is very dormant when it comes to function. I want to also appreciate the FPRC. They have tried their best to make sure that the gasoline remains at a fixed price. But the transport ministry is not a regulated arm of the transport ministry. Is just sleeping, enjoying air conditioning while keke riders are exploiting all in this country. People are fighting one another for transportation. Even if they buy the gas at $880, but they want to take $100 for just a short distance. This is hampering us in this country. What we have a Ministry of Transport is to be out there to see, to make sure that they ensure that people are paying the fair transport. We can have grown group of people plotting when they are buying gas and $800, $850. It's not fair to this country. Had it not been Ministry, the National Transport Authority, serious crisis will come in in this country, both in the city and outside of this city. So the folks at NTA, I want to tell you guys, thank you. Thank you for trying to stabilize the transport issue, because it would depend on the national transport. The Ministry of Transport. That probably be a serious crisis in this country. People will exploit us and suffer in this country. Thank you so much, my brother, for the show.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. We appreciate you for being on. And I see the CEO has joined us tonight on this edition of Spoon Talk. Let me bring this down. Okay. All right. So, CEO, welcome to the show.
Yeah, welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing good.
What are you laughing at? Bob me laughing for? What's going on?
Yeah. You gotta put on that kind of laugh, especially when the boom breaker, gets on the show.
Yeah. I know you're trying to rob me for me not to talk, but I won't talk about you. I promise you today. I won't talk about you today. I promise. Not seriously, I promise you. We got a lot to discuss on, and a lot of stuff. Thank you very much. You and the entire crew, you guys did exceptionally well, and continue to make the network proud, and the Liberian people appreciate you guys. You and all of your support team, including Dama. Dama is part of your support team, right?
Hey man, go take picture on the camera today. The man say Yeah, man, yeah, hold the camera for 1 second. He tell one begin to take a picture. He say, today I came around, man. I say, look at that.
Yeah, it is, man. You guys having fun. That's good. But Nelson, we got a lot to talk about today. Uncle Sam is at South Beach, the Liberia National Police charge Uncle Sam. We will be talking about a lot of stuff today, man. I'm looking at Samuel Twain back and forth in court. They are newly appointed, how you call him, Jonathan Widow, NEC chair. You know, yesterday they turned over to him. I don't know why they didn't turn over to the deputy to be acting, but they turned over to him. And they're not saying that if it is true, we play the clip that they don't say they know how to steal election. I don't know what they don't say that for, because it's very, very bad for him to say that they know how to steal election. We're talking, but I don't know who they don't talking about. But we're talking about the long issue today. If he said it, well, that's surprisingly though. So they didn't give the job to Josiah Joket. So Josiah Joket telling everybody they shouldn't say information to me again.
Oh,
that's it. What's going on? Josiah put a whole memo out and say nobody should talk to me and share information with me. That society thing, the government on that. The government on society thing. You know, it's something so funny, man. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, right? And these guys are just being petty. You know, they've been so petty. You just try to understand what's going on with the guys that were all there. The third degree, PhD, double PhD, and whatsoever, right? They don't get Gafwan yet, and people stay asking for the salary. What's going on with Gafwan? People stay asking Gafwan, our salary. Gafwan can talk. Gafwan, you know, Gafwan, I'm saying no Gafwan though. Gafwan is messing up. He's spoiling his name. 7 are getting paid, and Gafwan saying that it's okay. Josiah Joker coming out with a memo, as you can see, said, you don't complain Gafwan to the press. You don't say anything. And this is it. We're going to call it and read it today. And GT Bank saying, Gafwan, you didn't send us any money, you're lying. To say it's the technical issue at the bank, GT Bank official statement say, Gafwan, you are lying. So we got to remind the Liberian people that we're having a serious conversation tonight. Right? Look at Samuel 12, being Arthur Johnson. He's serially a dog killer. And I got a message today, right? That's it. I don't know what I should say now. But I do believe, sincerely, Nelson, I do believe that the government will put Samuel 12 in jail. Yeah, and I have my reason. I think Samuel 12 will be the sacrificial lamb when you talk about corruption from the past government. I think they will sacrifice Samuel 12. I'm serious. Yeah, I'm really serious. I think Samuel 12 will be the sacrificial lamb. And I want everybody to take this to the bank. Not Akari Script Bank. Akari Script Bank is an empty bank. It's just total bank. Nothing outside Akari Script Bank. Don't take it there. Not even faster. Akari Script Bank is in the negative, so don't take it there. But I'm serious, and I want Liberian to listen to this. I think Samuel 12 will be the sacrificial lamb when you talk about the fight against corruption from the past government. And I think that this government, like you'll take it, you know, with just Samuel 12. There was some example on Samuel 12. I don't know they would do it because of technicality. I don't know they would do it because he ready, and, you know, guilty. But I can just say everything I know and everything I hear. Samuel G12, I do believe 100%. Maybe that's my belief. Maybe that's just me, right? And the guys coming on will have some serious discussion, because today again, they were in court and the government witness. The government witness a mess up dude, and we'll put the picture up. He got nothing. But he said, I just think that Samuel 12 ate the money. That's the only thing he said, I just think. But I don't think the court will go with him or what. I think the main objective here is just, you know, let J. Samuel 12 and set an example. But, you know, but on my own, right? And on my own, Nelson. You can't blame me. Yeah, I told my own, right? I told my own, and you can tell your own. But I do believe 100%. It's just something in me and everything I know. And I want Liberian people to hold me to this, that Samuel D12, the former finance minister, will go to jail. He's not going to jail because he's guilty. That's why maybe he will be guilty. Maybe, fire will be right because he's the lead persecutor. But I think when we talk about Samuel 12, he will be going to jail just because the government needs to set an example. And who in the better position I should set an example on? Listen, again, I know we start the show yet, right? But it's just about something. And Dr. Richardson, welcome. But I think you coming on and we got to say this. I know we start the show yet, we get 8 more minutes. So all my Tabata, let me do it now before the other guy come on. I'm following the Samuel 12 case religiously. And tomorrow is Good Friday. And tomorrow I will be teaching Bible study. What make that Friday good? There's something about the Friday that's good. But the man died. Jesus Christ died and he said that Good Friday. What make the Friday good, Nelson? We'll talk about that tomorrow. If the Friday is good, but they kill somebody though, they nailed the man on the cross, they crucified him. And he said, Eli, lama sabachthani. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? Why art thou so far from me? But let's come back to the Samuel 12 case. And I said to everybody tonight, I just do believe that it will set an example on Samuel 12. They will. And I think Dr. Richardson, let me leave Samuel 12 alone. What you guys did to Uncle Sam today at CMC member, that was so bad. He had no representation of CMC. Dr. Richardson, he was left alone. He was forsaken. He was rejected. He was neglected. He was all alone, suffocating. They're begging and saying, where are the opposition? Where the party I have joined? No NPP, no CMC, no CDC, and everybody turn the back on Uncle Sam. And Dr. Richardson. Jacob Jala, that person. I mean, you are very dark. There's no light, Emmanuel Josh. You're looking very dark. Jacob Jala, Musa Belete, the party secretary general, the party chairman. Uncle Sam took the border for this party, and Dr. Richardson, you guys left him alone. The global chair had no intervention, and Uncle Sam was calling everybody everywhere and begging, seeking support, moral support for people to stand with him, that they empathize with him. But Uncle Sam was taken today to praise him. So, Beach, guess what? And everybody, all the CMC members turned their back on Uncle Sam.
Wait, you finished?
No, I'm not finished. No, I could never be finished.
When you're done, then I will talk.
That's what you say. We begin to think as to why should a man join a political party that care less about him? In good time or in bad time? And I'm Liberian, you need to hear this. If even Uncle Sam is guilty, he needed a moral support today. He was handcuffed. He said, free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty, I will be free at last. He was taken to South Beach. He was thrown into the back of the pickup truck. And I was looking among the crowd to see Musa Belete. I was looking among the crowd to see Dr. Richardson. I was looking among the crowd to see Jacob Jala, to see the party chairman, the party secretary general. And they left Uncle Sam. How can I join CMC if they can treat Uncle Sam in bad time like that? Dr. Richardson, I pause for a second. Speak to me. Defend your party.
So, first of all, I'd like to say hi to all Liberians that are listening and join us. I want to say hi to my colleagues on the show today.
But I have time to say hi, Dr. Richardson. Just get into it. Just get into it. I have time to say hi.
You're not going to
You're
rush
not about Uncle Sam. You left him alone. You ran away from Uncle Sam. I saw Musa Belete. I called Musa Belete. Musa, why are you now with Uncle Sam? He said, my man, I'm traveling. I said, what's the party chairman? He said, the party chairman is unavailable. I said, what's the global chair? He said, the global chair is in the United States of America. I said, what's the secretary general? He said, I will place a phone call. And Uncle Sam was left alone.
So now that you're done, I know you got more in your system that you'll be getting out today. Today is really not a good day for many people who are watching the justice system. But I'll also like to say that where was Spoon? You know, I want to ask you, Uncle Sam was a panelist on Spoon before he joined CMC. I didn't see any of our Spoon representation there.
Oh, who gave you the news? Then you wasn't watching Spoon, Dr. Richardson.
I was watching.
Then you wasn't watching Spoon.
I was watching.
You were watching Spoon. We had Dama Slanger present. We had Nelson Colette present. We had Melvin present. We
and
had
they were working.
present.
I asked Nelson Colette make that comment, you know, about Uncle Sam being a member of CMC. But, you know, we have to also, it's not even an issue of whether he had significant support. You don't know, and I don't know what kind of support we are providing to Uncle Sam. You don't know that, and I don't know. But the issue is...
No, I know that. I spoke to your party chairman. No, I spoke to your party chairman. I know that.
Uncle Sam, in honor of Uncle Sam, let me finish. Yeah, so Uncle Sam, you tell the show. Let me finish. You know, so today is the day that the justice system unfolded, okay? We saw the police in action. We saw Gregory Coleman list his counts. And this is what should be like important to Liberian people, that Uncle Sam was charged. He had a number of charges levied against him. Uncle Sam was taken to the prison system. Those are important news. Now, you don't know how CMC is supporting Uncle Sam. I don't know how Spoon is supporting Uncle Sam.
You can say, I don't know. Again, I will cut you off. I do know because I speak to your party leader, Musa Benete. So you don't know, say, I don't know. Don't say Stanton don't know. It's a shame that CMC said no representative. Musa Benete said he was traveling. How can you say, I don't know, when I'm on the phone with Musa Benete 24/7? That Richardson is a shame for the party, not you. It's a disgrace to CMC, not you. It's just a party thing. You should know lots of Uncle Sam. And you're making a comparison to say, oh, the CMC and the Spoon Network. The CMC and the Spoon Network. Are you kidding me? My dear lovely sister, Dr. Richardson. Are you kidding me? How can you do this to Uncle Sam? Emmanuel George. No, we gotta move on now. We gotta move on.
You just thought and then move on. How we running the show today? We're not running that show.
But you finish talking. Tell your own.
Happening like Liberia today, the justice system worked, okay? But for you to come on the show and ask, where was this? Where was that? Who was this? And all of that stuff, I think is irrelevant to a larger extent. What is important here is our justice system was in force. It worked. You send Nelson Colette was there. I watched him. He also was very gracious. You did a great job, by the way, Nelson. I saw you in action, in gear. You gave us his story. You talked about the last time that Uncle Sam was at
why was CMC representation? Where was the representation? We're not talking about Nelson doing a great job. They're always doing a great job. We're not talking about Dama Slanger doing a great job. He does a great job all the time. We are talking about CMC, a political party representation. We're missing today.
Yeah, well, I will tell you, okay, that Nelson, you did a great job. I believe in giving people their praises all the time, even when you are.
You skip it. You skip it.
What?
You just diverting the thing. You don't want you just apologize. But anyway, we'll move on.
I apologize.
Just apologize. What kind of political party is this? I understand that ANC did represent $100. So if Emmanuel and the people fail to send somebody to represent Uncle Sam, at least the ANC party chairman, Goo, is representing Uncle Sam legally.
This is a legal matter. And that is the most important thing, to see how our legal system in our country unfold, to see it working, to see it being exposed to us.
We understand that, but why CMC was absent? Why CMC was absent? Why you guys were absent?
Hey, God, they mean talking with me. Jeff, talk. Go ahead.
No, but the Richardson, why CMC was absent? Are all we asking for? You tell me, but it's legal system work. It always worked. Somebody made a mistake. But we are saying why CMC was absent.
Maybe for you, but it does. For some of us, this is a new beginning in our country. We are seeing things in our eyes because it's an information era. Okay, we can take on Facebook and see Nelson Collette reporting from the police station. Okay, so this is all the information highway working for us.
Okay.
Where was
we'll leave it alone. We'll leave it alone.
Where was Boone?
But if you ever follow Facebook,
and
I'll answer you. I didn't know that you consider Spoon to be a political party. You say Spoon a political party. I didn't know that. Okay.
You insinuating stuff that I didn't say.
All right,
you make stuff that I didn't say. I didn't tell you that Spoon is a political. Spoon Sam deliberately came here every day at 4 o'clock, even when he was traveling.
Dr. Richardson, and I will say this to you. Let me help you because you cannot defend yourself. Dr. Richardson, today, I was on the phone with Uncle Sam. I spoke to Uncle Sam when he was on his way to La National Police. I spoke to give me a chance now. I spoke to Uncle Sam when he was taken into the office of the La National Police. I spoke to Uncle Sam lawyers. I spoke to Uncle Sam and I added Lafayette Gould. This Lafayette Gould on the show. I added him on the call. We spoke to Uncle Sam lawyer together. When Uncle Sam was on his way to South Beach, I spoke to the lawyer and the family member in charge, Dr. Richardson. Spoon Network know exactly what to do to be there with our panelists, and you know that. But it's a shame on CMC that you has no representation, and you guys need to fix it. Enough is enough. Emmanuel George, let's hear you.
Yeah, Emmanuel George, Dr. George, let's hear you. Yeah. Good for you, kudos. I praise you.
You're always proud of me. I know that.
Good evening, Stenta. Good evening, Dr. Richardson. Good evening, Nelson. Good evening, Jeff, Conor Gray, and the Councillor Gould. Good evening, those of you who are following us on Facebook, YouTube, different radio stations in Liberia and television stations. Today, we heard about the arrest and the indictment of one of the panelists of Spoon Talk, Mr. Sam Jackson. But we should not put this out of context, right? Because historically, when this thing started, when we heard about the passing of Uncle Sam's wife, Tony, this network, under the leadership of Mr. Stanton Waterspoon, decided to take 2 days off to mourn her passing.
Oh, no, I think Dr. Richardson, they didn't know that. She didn't know that. Go ahead.
Those of us in different political capacity was supporting that effort. And many political parties, including my party, have represented and visited Mr. Jackson at his home. But in this indictment, the police seems to be giving a conversation that sounds like murder, and also giving a conversation that sounds like neglect, and running up the charges to be manslaughter. So it's kind of challenging because if you listen keenly to the police, the Inspector General of Police, he stated a lot of things that sound like outright murder. Then he went down to neglect, and then we have the charges that we have. So I think that in this particular matter of manslaughter, which is a lower charge than murder, I think where the challenge will be for Uncle Sam will be in the era of neglect, having known that his wife struggled with seizure over the period of time.
We'll get there. It's part of our conversation. I just decided to get that Richardson part time, but we'll get there. You know, I'm not going to blame AMC because you guys gave Uncle Sam $100. So I really wasn't expecting you guys to be at the police station today. You know, I expected Musability to be there today, but he didn't. So I'm not going to blame CDC, of course. Uncle Sam left CDC, though he supported them 2023 all the way. But again, he make a decision to go and support Musability. So I'm not going to hold Jefferson Chelsea for that either. But as an opposition, I believe everyone should have been there to just stay in support, as we wait for the outcome of the investigation. But let's welcome you to the show, Jefferson Chelsea, Rami Gray, Lafayette Booth. It's always good to have you guys. Chelsea?
Yeah, Stanton, thank you, and good evening to the panelists. Yeah, today I followed the incident at the police station, and I also followed the press conference from Greg Como. And my only point is that I see too many overlapping of charges, and I mean, in my mind, it shows that the police is fishing. You charge a man for manslaughter, aggravated assault, reckless endangerment. I mean, it shows uncertainty in the evidence. But again, we waited to see what will be adduced in court. But from what I see here, Stanton, the entire case is based on circumstantial evidence. They say a man was the last person seen with the victim. They talk about allegation of prior disputes between he and his deceased wife.
Yeah,
And
we'll
they
get to
also,
it. I mean, the
yeah,
OBSM is it's one of the topic for tonight. So
they
it's good
also
to have
talk
you on
about
chat.
they
Let's
talk
get Conor
about
Gray in. When we get there, we'll give you your 2 minutes to explain your like and your dislike as we make this round to begin the show. It's good to have you, Jeff. Conor Gray, it's good that you came early today, man. Good to see you.
Yes, Stanton, thank you, everyone. Madam, how are you tonight? Stanton, the issue about Uncle Sam is one of those situations where people will find themselves at various ends of the situation. Take, for instance, Dr. Richardson here could be um, interested in the advocacy of womanhood. So as a result, a lady lost her life. So it goes back to say, where would you find yourself? In my own case, I'm just gonna play the observer role and see how the process works out. I watch all of the conferences today, both at the court and Chesson. I also saw uh, the police director's interview or his reaction in the press. But I'm left with lots of questions, but I'm just going to hold some of those to my chest because, like I said, any and everything anyone says, especially me in particular, sometimes it will have an effect on the case. So I would like to invoke a little bit of Councillor Lafayette Gould's neutrality at some point and just watch whatever comes out of it. I'll have a clear conscience in the center.
Okay. Well, continue to watch. Thank you very much. And let me bring in the councillor. Councillor Sachs. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. Let me say good evening to all of you. Tonight is a great. I know tonight is going to be a great show. But Stanton, I don't normally talk about political parties too much, right? But I give it to CMC. I hear you beating CMC tonight, Stanton. I would give it to CMC. A party that allowed the system to work. A party that did not mobilize people to preempt, to go to the home, to go to the police station, to go to the court and call press conference. It's Secretary General, chairperson. I remember the Charlotte Musu case. CMC today satisfied me. Because when CMC wins the election, obviously going to leave, so I'll be citizen here, work with them. The same way they're giving support to the government by giving the CMC. They exercise political maturity to say, let the law work. Let the process go on. Whatever support we give our partisan, morally, financially, we'll do it with hire lawyer, but let the law work. Unlike the current people, the polling government, yeah. They were all over the place when the child, one person that belonged to them, all over the place having press conference. You one of them who are even supporting them. So today, I'm happy that CMC had shown difference. And so I will give it to CMC. My opening statement is for CMC tonight. I give it to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor.
I will wait for. I'll wait for. Vandera, welcome to the show.
Thank you, CEO.
That's about the councilor saying that every talk about it. Vandera, welcome to the show. Yeah,
thank you, CEO. I have a question before I make my opening statement. Was CMC represented from the first day when Mr. Jackson was taken to the police station, including today? Was CMC physically seen, representative? Were they seen with him today?
But then do your opening when we get into the conversation, then you can ask all your questions. You're not coming out with question listening again, and we answer you again, man. You're not coming out with question listening again. Okay, I'll wait. I will deal with you in Councilor Good.
No, I came late. CEO, you gotta understand, you gotta treat me as a CEO. You CEO, I'm a CEO. If I ask a question,
but then are you begging the man or you scared? Because the man
there are two
you.
CEOs on this platform.
But VP, you
I don't
As a emergency, the man scared.
No, I came late. It is said in our when you go to
church. You waste our time, Vendetta. Say your own bar, we gotta go.
No, but let me say this. If CMC was not physically seen from the day Mr. Sam Jackson was invited to the police station, CMC representatives was not seen physically being identified with Mr. Sam Jackson, including today. If CMC was not physically seen with Mr. Sam Jackson, it's a betrayal of trust, and betrayal is a non-forgivable crime. I'm not a good Christian, but there's one reason why the devil was not, Satan was not forgiven. All of sin were forgiven, but Satan was not. Look, we got to be very honest here. Someone who identified with a political institution, he propagated the concept, the agenda of the CMC. Nobody knew whether he would be in trouble today. From the day he fell into trouble.
Thank you, Vandera. We'll come up with, we'll do that. Let's open the show, VP. It is good to have you. It's just an opening, my friend, but not too many things about.
Yeah, but let me conclude on my opening statement. For me, I'm not giving a CMC. Yeah, CEO, you gotta respect me. They may not respect me. They crew, man, not respect me.
So that's the issue. Yeah, the reason why I won't call you up because you said that there's a sin that cannot be forgiven and a betrayal. I don't know what kind of Gissy Bible you're reading. That one not true.
No.
That one for the Gissy Bible.
Satan betrayed. No, listen. Satan was considered to be the archangel.
Satan will be Let's have our show, brother. No, let's have our show. That won't between Satan and God, but with God's children, God can forgive us, my man. All right. The only sin the Bible spoke about that cannot be forgiven is blaspheming against the Holy Spirit. But yes, there's a room there. Whether Jesus Christ died for that one too, we can ask God when we get there. But betrayal can be forgiven. Okay. If betrayal can be forgiven, if you say betrayal can be forgiven, why I brought Kev Hassan back? Kev Hassan and betray, I still brought him back. By the way, let's go ahead. So I want to say, let's open the show.
You see now? You see, you want to throw all your minute now. You want to throw all your minute now tonight.
But let's open the show. Jacob Jala joining us from home today. It's not Wednesday. He only goes into the station when it is Wednesday. Today is Thursday. He would not be in that station. He joining us from home. I just want you guys to watch Jacob activities. When it is Wednesday, he go to the station to do the show from the station. Any other day, Jacob will do the show from any other place. Why Jacob going to the station only on Wednesday? To God be the glory.
Because it's Lily's night. It's Lily's night. Wednesday is Lily's night.
So let's move on. We're going to say welcome to the show, everybody. It's good to have you. But on a very, very serious note, Uncle Sam Jackson, we all know, we'd like to say to you today, to all of you, you follow Spoon Talk, and Uncle Sam Jackson, I mean, we've been waiting whether he was going to be charged, Dr. Richardson, and 2 days ago, I received the information from our sources that they were going to charge Uncle Sam. They had a sealed indictment. I confirmed that, and we spoke about that yesterday. We received the communication from Uncle Sam's family that they would be at the Labrador National Police. We posted this, and they will have a press conference, but they didn't today. And Uncle Sam was taken to the Labrador National Police. He entered the office of the deputy. There was a little delay, of course. He was with his lawyer, but I didn't see Councillor Good, Lafia E. Good, and I didn't see Councillor Seafors. I was so concerned, and I began to call around. I spoke to Uncle Sam, and Uncle Sam said, "Hey, we're here, we are waiting." And I spoke to Uncle Sam's lawyers. I spoke to some members of the Labrador National Police. They confirmed that Gregory was going to speak on this issue, and we were patiently waiting. And you know that the end to the story, Uncle Sam is at Sawfish. I want us to get into it. It's good to have Councillor Lafia Good, who is a lawyer here. I will put him up, and the man that have not taken his exam, I will put him down. It's always good for us to sit and discuss this issue. So we got Uncle Sam, one of our topic, the main trending issue today. We also have Sam Twe, the former finance minister, Simon D. Twe. I am 100% convinced when we get to that story, I got my own take on it, and I think it will be important for us to discuss it. We also have a memo communication from Josiah Joka that's saying that nobody might leak anything, whether you take pay, you don't take pay, don't go talk to the press. Amen. How would that one work? Spoon Network have so many government officials on the payroll, 7 on the payroll that are giving us information. You can't stop them. Because you're not paying the people, we got to get the people 150, 200, so therefore they will give us information. So whatever Josiah Joker think that he will put this thing up, it will help, it will not help. And you will not know them. We'll talk about this, and we'll talk about Josiah Joker. I think this was wrong. I think it's intimidation, and we'll talk about it. We're also going to talk about Gafwan, his fight with the GT Bank. The people say they didn't get the money to pay. They say, well, 7. Gafwan said, you're getting money. They say, we won't get the money. Then they came out and said, Gafwan, show up proof. Gafwan can show proof. You say you deposited the money. They say, show the deposit slip. Gafwan can show you. Do you know how 7 getting paid is like susu? Somebody eat this money, got to wait 2 months before they eat again. And they're getting serious. We'll discuss that. We also have here the charges, manslaughter, negligent homicide for Uncle Sam. And also we'll be discussing the mountain resistance from the Daily Observer, Waka's NEC peak dippings. People are saying no. People are saying that they don't want this guy. Political parties are concerned that Jonathan Guido is a red hawkish UPIS, and he's on a mission. But then to my amazement, Paul Kennedy party, London, and Paul Kennedy political leader, Clarence Moruba, Dr. Moruba, say he's the best pick ever for NEC. So we have that conversation. And what say you would like to know? We also want to dig deeper in other issues for the Butu Mountain. I've shared those documents with you. I hope you guys had it. Communication from the government to the Minister of, the Minister of Mines. Communication also to Silver Star. Communication to those people that want Silver Star as a Russian company. They wrote this guy, Vadim Akupov. I will share the letter with you as well. They have given a timeline, a deadline, definitely, as to when they can close this thing. Communication to AMR. But let me announce, AMR Liberia-owned company is owned by Sharif Abdullah. Sharif Abdullah is the owner of Connect. Sharif Abdullah saying he got all the money and everything to take on the concession of Putu Mountain. Then we get Planet One. And Planet One is owned by another group of companies that we will be giving that information out. So who the government favor is between Sheriff Adala and between Planet One. But who are the players for Planet One? The Liberian players. So when I share the document, you will know the government is moving in a very fast speed because Putu Mountain is over billions of dollars, and we need to discuss it. How would this benefit the Liberian people? Is getting to be serious. But should Sheriff Adara, a Liberian-owned company, or should we bring in the Arab people from Dubai? Arab plus Indian plus Liberian. We will dig deeper into this conversation today. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the show. Right now, go on Facebook, share the show, YouTube, share the show. Let's make progress. Our first conversation tonight would be the charges that was spoken about, and Uncle Sam now is at submission. Let's listen to Gregory Kuma.
The trauma sequence. The injuries support a probable framework of the Republic of Nigeria. The key findings in this investigation are as follows. The investigation has established a body of evidence that cannot be ignored. Number one, we established that there was a pattern of prior violence. There's credible and corroborated evidence indicating that the victim was subjected to repeated physical violence over time, which is supported by witness accounts, photographic evidence, and documented communication, which are copyrighted, time-stamped as well. Controlled environment and the last contact. The defendant, Mr. Samuel P. Jackson, was the last known person with the victim in a secure residence and was also the first person who entered the secure room and discovered the victim unconscious in a pool of blood, where both entry and exit were restricted, effectively isolating the victim. 3, the forensic and medical evidence. Medical and forensic findings now establish a clear and compelling trauma profile. There was contusion to the left forehead, the back of the head, the middle of the right chest wall. There was also laceration and hemorrhage at the back of the head, bruising on the upper limbs with pinpoint puncture marks suggestive of possible restraint or defensive injury. The trauma sequence. The injuries support a probable sequence of events. A blunt force impact to the chest caused a backward fall, resulting in head trauma, including contusion.
I think I'm repeating it. I will play the next one. But let me bring you up to speed here. We all saw it. We watched it. Dr. Richardson. We now begin the show. Seriously, Gregory Coleman laid out 6 different reasons why Uncle Sam should be charged. What say you?
So again, I'm looking forward to a great show, but I was very impressed with the police system today. The head, Mr. Como, wasn't just talking. He definitely talked about a body of evidence. I took notes as, I was listening throughout the day. And this is how, people who, from a scholarly perspective, tend to analyze or see things. This is not a political affair. It's not an emotional affair. It's evidence-based legal situation that a political party or any other person should really not be involved. We should let the legal process unfold. And I want to say very much kudos to Councillor Good, for his perspective on this issue. We didn't, as a political party, CMC acted in a very mature way. We didn't line up the street. We did our thing quietly, whether we supported him or not, and how we support him. I'm not here, or CMC is not here to verbalize that. But going back to Mr. Gregory Coleman's situation, he talked about prior violence that will corroborate his case, and he made a compelling and convincing argument to me that this will be referred to the proper legal medium, and then we'll see what will happen. But these cases, First Samuel, as Librarian are referring to, and Second Samuel cases, they are just exposing our justice system. It's telling us something. At the end, we all will need to, look at our strengths and weaknesses, our limitations, and see how we can definitely advocate for that. But I believe Mr. Coleman acted professional today as a police person. He provided evidence. He talked about witnesses, photographs. He talked about forensic and medical evidence. He talked about contusion, to blunt force, and all of that to help him build his case for trauma. So that's what I like to see. I mean, now I want to see how Uncle Sam legal team will address Mr. Coleman's count that he just forwarded to the state of Liberia. Thank you.
You're welcome, Dr. Richardson. Councilor Gould.
Thank you. So I wouldn't go to the merits. I wouldn't deep into the charge sheet and that. No, I wouldn't. Because if I go into it tonight, somebody will benefit. Either the state or the accused will benefit. But I'm just happy that the same people that defended the accused in the Shallow Musu case, when we provided evidence that there was no intrusion, when we provided evidence that there was no exit, and we held the 4 persons in the house for murder of Shalom Musu, when we provided strong evidence that they demonstrated extreme indifference to the value of human life. The people in power today now were the defendants then, were the defense lawyers then. Thank God today they are faced with almost the same scenario. I hope they will prove this case. Today, the Solicitor General was the lead lawyer for the accused in our case. Today, the county attorney was one of the lead lawyers for the accused in that case. That's Shalom Musu case. Today, they are confronted again with a situation where nobody else in the room, only 2 persons, 1 person leaves, he goes, come back, see the person. All of that, they are now confronted with the same thing. Except that they're not going for murder, they're dropping down to manslaughter. I don't want to tear anything apart tonight. I will just leave it at this, Stanton. Because when I open my mouth and start to tear the charges and other things apart, some will benefit. I don't want to.
Thank you. So you don't want to talk that. You want to talk that move on. Thank you. You want to talk. You want to talk that move on. You dead. Still worry about Shalom. But you feel it now. You feel it. You feel it, my man. We ain't got to get that. Now you want to talk. You worry about Shalom Musu case here and there. You went back crying, and you want to talk.
I'm saying to you, the people.
You're a coward. You come on the show. I want to talk something. I will tear somebody apart. But Shalom Musu case, 1 person was there, 1 person not there. But
did I get some nonsense in the dark?
Shalom Musu case. What kind of nonsense we have?
Yeah, because it testing him.
It had to you. It had to you. Let's talk. It may have to you.
I will not talk.
I will not talk.
I will not talk because I believe.
I'm not talking about Shalom Musu case, but the same people that there, I'm not talking. What kind of person you are? You are
But he's speaking true to us, Mister.
I will not talk.
I can say in crew.
Yes, sir. I want to talk. You can't too much, man. Go ahead. How you get me a lawyer that you're coward and scared of head? Because you know you talk with nail you too, they'll say the sub B, so you scared. Talk, man.
I challenge the president.
You challenge the profile. You want to talk. That's why you're lying.
I challenge everybody, including you, whoever. Including you, whoever. In the diaspora, I challenge you. Nobody can stop this.
He can't waste our time. I want to talk about Shalom Musu in the room. I want to talk about somebody getting locked the door, but I don't want to talk the same people like that. You want to talk, don't talk. You want to talk, you talk. Room. Don't be there and say I want to talk.
I have my choice. I have my choice of what?
I hear you.
I have my choice because it's testing you,
it's
hurting you, it's stealing you.
My choice, my choice,
pulling your face tonight.
Let's talk.
All right, Senator. Let's make progress. No,
we are making progress. This is the spoon talk. That's where you're going to agree.
Let's make progress. You know, some of the instances of pieces of evidence that the police IG cited out, they are very interesting. And if you have some of these kinds of pieces of evidence, sometimes you can prosecute a case through. But from what I'm hearing, mostly I'm hearing something like preponderance. In other words, common sense. I don't know whether they'll be able to tie. Of course, DNA will be tied to some of this because the two individuals lived as husband and wife. But they say that it's blunt force trauma, and that's what is interesting to me. Blunt force. Was it an object thrown at the deceased? Was there a bashing of the deceased against an object? As we go forward, some of us will be interested to see how they'll discern some of this piece of evidence that the IG has cited, and that makes it very, very interesting because I was left between doubt and surety whether or not this was murder. But with some of these pieces of evidence, I think I'll be looking more to see what direction it leads to, and I'm also grateful for the fact that they were able to collect some of these pieces of evidence, because then an innocent man or guilty man will not go the other way to say, oh, this guy was innocent, they just sent him to jail for nothing, or this guy is guilty of the offense. It will be based on the evidence, Stenton. This is all I have to say here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Emmanuel George. Emmanuel, by the way, let me skip real quick. Happy birthday to your son. If you have his photo, send it. We'll put it up at the appointed time. But we wish your family a great celebration tonight. Emmanuel, concerning Uncle Sam, what say you? We done with the why CMC didn't go there. We're feeling with it. Let's talk about what you heard from Gregory, the charges and the whole sequence.
Yes, then I'm not a lawyer and I won't pretend to be one, even though, as I said, from my father's side of the family, we have a lot of permanent lawyers. Those of you who grew up in the 80s and 90s would know some of them by name. But the challenge I have with the explanation is the police director seems to be speaking to murder, and at the end of the day, he's charging for manslaughter. His description of everything that took place, the description of heavy hitting on the head, being in a control room, a room that is isolated, that the only person who have access to the room was Uncle Sam, all to appear to speak to intent. And, but at the end of the day, he lowered the case down to how they call it, to manslaughter. So I was kind of confused. I know the lawyers here would try to explain what was happening there. But I think one point that I believe that is maybe challenging to Uncle Sam in this case is the final piece of what the RG said, the neglect. Those of us who work in behavioral services, we take seizures very, very seriously. And the settings, when you have someone who has seizure, you have to always make sure that there is some kind of monitoring taking place. So that neglect, I can understand that level of it. I don't know how the law would take it in Liberia. I think that's where they seems to have a strong point that if he knew that she had the history of seizure, why did he leave her alone? Why was she in an isolated room? But I'm kind of wondering, after the first part of the conversation that went around the whole issue, as if to say Uncle Sam was doing this thing, why they didn't charge for murder.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I'm going to bring in Jefferson. Jefferson, let's see. Yeah, I'll play again. The first one, I made a mistake. I played the last before the first. I'm setting it up, so after everybody speak, I'm going to play again. Jefferson, let's hear you.
Senator, thank you. So, as I was saying, Senator, is that the entire case here is based on circumstantial evidence. From what I listened to what Gregory said, there's no hard evidence linking Samuel Jackson to the death of his wife. They are all circumstantial evidence. Like, for example, he said the man was the last person seen. Then he mentioned about allegation of prior dispute, and that he and his wife must have had fighting prior to the death in other circumstances, and that he talked about the post incident conduct, the way how Samuel Jackson conducted himself after the death of his wife. If you listen to him today, he spoke about that. He said that, those are some of the reasons why they have reason to believe that he killed his wife. And then my second point here is that, you see, circumstantial evidence must be strong. It should be like a chain, It should be complete, that it leaves no other reasonable doubt that Sam Jackson committed. But with all what he explained, they are all, circumstantial, and they are not all completely connecting. The third thing, the second thing I have here is that the number of charges brought against Sam Jackson. You charging a man up with manslaughter, at the same time aggravated assault, reckless endangerment. I mean, why all the charges? If you have strong evidence that this guy committed manslaughter, then go for manslaughter. But going with all these many charges shows that you're fishing. You don't have the very strong evidence to prove that Sam Jackson committed the act. So you want to cash in on other of the charges, and it makes it hard for the prosecution, in my mind, because each of the charges brought against Sam Jackson requires a specific mental state to prove. For example, if you say manslaughter, you got to prove that Samuel Jackson acted recklessly or with criminal negligence. And in my mind, the prosecution will find it hard to prove this. Then you got aggravated assault. You got to prove his intention, that he intended to harm the lady. Then you talk about reckless endangerment. So you got to show that he consciously disregarded substantial risks. And if you're saying that this woman has seizure and she been having falls, but Samuel Jackson been traveling before, leaving the woman alone. He has also, the woman has also traveled alone. The woman has also lived alone with us Samuel Jackson. So it's complicated. It's a difficult case. My point is, I hope that justice will be served. That's my main point, that justice should be served, and the case should be handled strictly, under the rules of our laws. Like what Councillor Gu said, the CMC acted maturely. They did not try to interfere with justice, unlike the way the Unity Party and Joseph Boakai were behaved.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Let's move on. We'll bring in Jacob. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. Vandela, before Jacob, VP, let's hear you on the Uncle Sam case.
So, CEO, it's an unfortunate situation that one of us who mounted this platform to inform the public, defend a position, is now being incarcerated at the South Beach. And tonight I will speak as a former prisoner of conscience for me, the incident, the police is under obligation to bring up charges. Whether those charges are right or wrong, that can only be determined by the court. The police say you rape, it is only the court that will exonerate you. The police say you kill somebody intentionally, murder, it is only the court that will exonerate you. They have done their job. The matter is before the court. This is where we put the law into test. But I don't want to speak further on this matter. What I can say is that it's regrettable that a lady that was widely boasted about, we all sat on this platform, without seeing her, we just begin to appreciate her. You know, that she was refined, productive person, a lawyer, you know, somebody with a high degree of credential, you know, academically, and in terms of social status, she was well off. This is the same person today we are here talking about. She has expired. In other words, she died. So I don't really feel comfortable discussing such a personality, somebody we all boasted about. One of us boasted about, we healed them. But all of a sudden, we are discussing the person is in South Beach. The person might have allegedly, you know, killed this individual. So I really don't feel comfortable, but the police is under obligation to bring up charges. If the matter goes to court, that is where the debate will come, and I will be very prepared to speak on that matter to see whether the
Thank you very much,
police
Vicky. Thank you, Vandela. Jacob, welcome, Jacob. Let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Stanton and colleagues. On the Uncle Sam issue, it's first of all, I would say that definitely we've been following the case very, 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 very keenly, very closely, and the progression of things involving the investigation and everything. And professionally speaking, I think the Labrador National Police has been able to proceed with this matter in a largely professional way. Initially, I think the problem, in my view, started on a little bit of a shaky note, but especially identifying this man as person of interest, and without the conclusion of a full-scale investigation, kind of like change the gear and identifying as a suspect and all of that. So a little bit of a wishy-washy start from the beginning of the investigation, but I think the dust has settled, and I think they've been moving professionally so far since then. Now, in terms of the merit of the case, first of all, we were greeted with a barrage of public opinion. People thought that Uncle Sam might have murdered his wife and all of that. I think we have settled down on that now, since we now see the charge, and it's obvious and clear to the public now that murder did not occur. So we're now talking about cases like negligent homicide and all of that. So again, I would say we're looking forward to this matter going to court, and we will definitely follow the issues and see how it all ends up. I'm sure by tomorrow his lawyer probably will utilize opportunity for the bail bond, and then probably he'll be home while we're going into the trial. So I'll just keep my comment absolutely general and broad at this level as we look forward to following the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Thank you for respecting our time, though you didn't. You were off. You never show up when Uncle Sam needed you the most. I don't know what you were doing today as CMC member.
No, today I was on Kerry Street. I was as CEO representing the party.
So it was important that hanging out with Uncle Sam while you go through trials.
Well, I will be with Uncle Sam tomorrow.
Okay. And you see, okay. Governor Clinton, let's welcome you.
Thank you very much, Stanton. Why are you laughing? I haven't even started you laughing. Why? But look, thank you. The fact that the government has, they took the, I want to believe they put murder before the grand jury, and the grand jury only returned a true bill of negligent homicide, manslaughter. While these are serious charges, the penalties for these are not as serious, unless the penal code and Councilor Gould can correct me. I think the maximum you can get is 5 years. So for the government to drop from murder to negligent homicide and manslaughter, for me, from the viewpoint of the defense attorney, they don't have a very strong case, and so they have to go there. But that's why I was asking you, Senator, if you were going to play that price briefing from the police commissioner again,
You
because
ready for it?
yeah, play again. I want to hear some of the evidence they have.
Yeah, but I want us to, I just want us to just take note of what Gregory is saying. And I'm going to talk about Gregory, right? I don't think it's about Gregory. I don't think Gregory being personal here. He's doing the job like Dr. Richardson says, right? And this is exactly where you find yourself. So what they did, they gave themselves sufficient time, maybe over 2 weeks, and they came up with the charges. Uncle Sam being one of us, we wish him well. And that's why I was on the phone all day with Uncle Sam and his lawyer. I'm calling one of his lawyers, Jeremiah or Councilor Gould, to give us an update on the next plan, which we'll pray that we can get to them, right? But it's also important that people should remember, I'm seeing something, I'm conflicted, that Richard said. As we listen to Gregory, he named up to more than what the charge sheet is saying here. This is it: crime, manslaughter, negligent homicide. We have lawyers on the show. Maybe because I'm not a lawyer, I am mistaken. You are hereby commanded to arrest the living body, Samuel P. Jackson, to be identified defendant charged with the commission of the crime of manslaughter and negligent homicide based upon the incident prepared against him by the special grand jury for Mosserado County. Only two. But if you listen to Gregory Comer, did he name more than two? And if he did, why? And maybe the lawyers can help us. So let's listen to Gregory, and then we will ask ourselves the question. Vendetta, you want to finish talking in the back and come back on, VP? So then we're going to ask ourselves the exactly, maybe Governor Clinton or Councilor Gould or the Anthony Jefferson Chesson to be will help us understand. Let's play what Gregory said and how many charges he spoke about.
Of the Republic of Nigeria. The key findings in this investigation are as follows. The investigation has established a body of evidence that cannot be ignored. Number one, we established that there was a pattern of prior violence. There's credible and corroborated evidence indicating that the victim was subjected to repeated physical violence over time, which is supported by witness account, photographic evidence, and documented communication, which are copyrighted, time-stamped as well. Controlled environment and the last contact. The defendant, Mr. Samuel P. Jackson, was the last known person with the victim in a secure residence and was also the first person who entered the secure room and discovered the victim unconscious in a pool of blood, where both entry and exit were restricted, effectively isolating the victim. 3, the forensic and medical evidence. Medical and forensic findings now establish a clear and compelling trauma profile. There was contusion to the left forehead, the back of the head, the middle of the right chest wall. There was also laceration and hemorrhage at the back of the head, bruising on the upper limbs with pinpoint puncture marks suggestive of possible restraint or defensive injury. The trauma sequence. The injuries support a probable sequence of events. A blunt force impact to the chest caused a backward fall, resulting in head trauma, including contusion, laceration, and hemorrhage. This is not a random or isolated injury, as it is linked to a chain of previous traumatic occurrences. 5, we'll look at neglect and duty of care. Evidence further establishes that the victim had a known medical vulnerability, which occasionally resulted to seizures. Yet, the suspect continued to supply the stimulant. The victim was left alone in a locked environment without supervision. This constitutes a serious breach of duty of care with foreseeable risk to human life. 6, we'll look at the post-incident conduct. The investigation also identified failure to promptly inform law enforcement, and there were indicators that the scene was altered or tampered with before the police even had access to the scene. These actions are legally significant and form part of the evidentiary records. The current status, a full autopsy report will give further clarification on the extent of internal injuries, while the toxicology analysis is ongoing and expected to be done within 1 to 2 weeks, or we could get it earlier. Based on the totality of evidence, the Liberia National Police has formally charged Mr. Samuel P. Jackson with manslaughter, negligent homicide, aggravated assault, and reckless endangerment of another person in violation of Chapter 14, subchapters A and B, Sections 2, 3, 20, and 23 of the revised Penal Code of the Republic of Liberia. The matter will be immediately forwarded to court for adjudication.
So quickly, Dr. Richardson, before you come in, let me ask Councillor Gould. Is that normal thing, Councillor? One thing on the rate of arrest, 2 charges, then the police have additional 2 charges. Councillor Gould, is that can you educate us?
Yes, it's possible. The prosecution, along with the grand jury, are the ones that finally determine what charge to charge a suspect with. So the police can charge you with murder and send it to the prosecution. The prosecution can look at it and say, no, this is not murder, and we'll go for manslaughter. But again, it is not a good thing to do. That's why you need to have the police working along with the prosecution working along with the police. Because even in America where you are, until the district attorney says we can proceed, that case will not go anywhere. So it is the district attorney in America that works along with the police to ensure that before they even go to the grand jury, they're all in one voice, one word. But in Liberia, sometimes you have the police doing its own thing. They will charge and go to the prosecution. They want to impose on the prosecution whatever they found, whereas the prosecution is the one that are going to court to decide, you know.
So where we are right now, Dr. Richardson, let's get this from the lawyer then head quickly, then we'll come to you. Governor Clinton, is it a problem now for the state government, knowing that they got 4 charges from Gregory Coleman, the Liberian National Police, like our brother said, Councillor Gould, 2 from the grand jury, which is which year? How can you put Uncle Sam in the best position that a lawyer will be comfortable to fight this case tonight?
No, I don't think it puts us in a problem. It just shows, like he was saying, the counselor was saying that the police, they're not working in collaboration with the prosecutor. Matter of fact, the prosecutors are the one who should supervise the investigation. Yeah, prosecutors will go on the same prosecutors. They have their own investigators that even after the police does the investigation. So the prosecutors make the determination where the charges will be. In this case, it's even worse because the grand jury has returned an indictment with 2 specific crimes, and yet Gregory is after. This is not even before, it's after, and he's still naming additional charges. That makes it even more problematic. So no, the charges they are going to go with obviously are the ones that the grand jury returns. So it's going to be negligent homicide and manslaughter. Now what Gregory is announcing.
Dr. Richardson, you're not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. It's something like, to me, I just think that something is not too clear for our layman eyes, but our own common sense saying that, well, I don't think like they are saying they are working concomitantly to find Uncle Sam guilty, and maybe it's good for Uncle Sam and his legal team.
Yeah, definitely your point was observed correctly. Gregory is talking about 4 charges: manslaughter, negligent homicide, reckless endangerment, aggravated assault. Why the sheet that you show us only presented 2 manslaughter and negligent homicide. However, I want to say that I pay more attention to the key findings because Gregory talked about key findings that were compelling and convincing to him and the body of evidence that he had. That's what I paid a lot of attention to, and he listed them. So I believe that, you know, those key findings will be something that the legal team will argue about. You know, they will present, you know, blunt trauma, he said. They will present the forensic evidence, and they will present, you know, the witnesses and photograph that he said he that was seen. So let's wait. As I always said, this case is unfolding legally. I think Liberians should be very interested in it because it's going to teach us a lot about our legal system. We have two major cases that is very similar and will teach us a lot about legal system. A question that I have before I end, and maybe the legal people can answer. I just noticed that they tend to put these people who they're charging. I don't know how do you call them, potential chargers or whatever. But it's late. I mean, they wasn't done early enough to have Uncle Sam have the opportunity to maybe pay a bond for his situation, or other people who they charge to pay a bond. So they wait until, I think, when the bond office is almost like closed or there's no way, so they just carry it to South Beach and the matter will be discussed the next day. I just wonder, is that legal to do? Is that something that is customary only in Liberia, or is it customary around the world?
Okay, so somebody will come in once we get to them. We observe that, and I can say to you that I spoke with Uncle Sam, and Uncle Sam's lawyer were complaining. I said, Stanton, we've been here 4 hours. People are just moving around. Nobody charging Uncle Sam. And they called me and they said, listen, Gregory is on Facebook reading these charges. They have never presented a charge sheet to Uncle Sam yet, but he's on Facebook reading these charges. I said, maybe they will be coming to you next. So we are trying to invite Jeremiah, Uncle Sam's lawyer, on the show to talk to us because they were kind of mad, right? And they said they have not charged our client. They read it on Facebook. It's all circulated. But then Uncle Sam said to you, nobody have charged him yet. Then I spoke to Uncle Sam. Then Uncle Sam said, Stanton, I don't know what I'm doing here. They're saying what I've been charged with, but yeah, I am. While speaking to Uncle Sam, the officer walked in and presented him the charge sheet. And they said he had to wait because they had to bring in the sheriff, blah, blah. So Uncle Sam said, okay, Stanton, they are here right now. We're going to talk to them and call you back. Thereafter, they called us, and Lafayette Gould, fortunately for him, we added him to the call and we were able to talk. Though it was kind of noisy, we had to hang up. But I think past that, Dr. Richardson, your observation is correct. Whether it is politically motivated, that we'll wait after the court and everything else closes, then we'll move ahead to take these guys to South Beach. People are concerned. Sometimes it's retribution. Sometimes it happened. Because if Gregory knew that Uncle Sam was going to be charged today, he would have done that thing before 12 o'clock, gave him the chance to go to court and file his bond. But then who knows what happened next? I believe Gregory was still trying to verify, cross all his T's and dot his I's. And maybe, and only maybe, that's why he was late. That's my own thinking. Good observation, Dr. Richardson. Emmanuel George, let's come to you. Going back to the same question here. The grand jury came up with 2, Gregory coming up with 4.
Yeah, so it's concerning. I know Councilor Gould spoke to it, that it's normal practice, but it's concerning because as of Monday, we had an idea on this station of the indictment of the grand jury. We discussed it on Tuesday, we discussed it yesterday. So there's no way how the Inspector General of Police did not know that the indictment, there was 2-count indictment against Uncle Sam. So adding aggravated assault and how they call it, reckless endangerment, maybe it was something that he spoke to in the spirit of the moment, because he seemed to be excited as he spoke to this case. But it's concerning. It's concerning. And I hope that the Ministry of Justice and the Police Department will work together, that we don't see this thing happening. Let me get back to the point that Dr. Richardson raised, and I'll conclude. During Samuel Doe administration, this thing happened. During President Sirleaf administration, this thing happened. During George Weah administration, this thing happened. Joseph Boyka, part 1 and part 1.5 now. I think this is second or third time this thing is happening. We have a situation in our country where people who are political exposed persons or who are popular in the community, we arrest them. We keep them sitting in a room for 4 to 6 hours. We wait for the court to close before we charge them so that we can brag that they slept in prison. Because that's what they do. They have been doing all the time. They slept in prison. And that's why we need serious government. We need a serious government in our country that will take things seriously. Over the last period of year, we have seen this. And hopefully, like Brempo, we cannot continue to do this thing. Because this person did it to you last year, so you will do it when you come into power. What is this nonsense we do when we say we're running a country? We must decide as a people and as a nation to be serious with these matters. You can keep somebody sitting for 4 hours when you knew since Monday, Tuesday, that he had this indictment against him. You take him on this day, kept him until the court closed before you take him to South Beach. And it's not Uncle Sam. There's another case we have recently too, where they were sat in a room for 6 hours before the police came to charge them. We should stop this thing. And this has been happening to all these governments that have come to power. And I hope the Liberian people start to understand we need a serious government led by Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings to change this thing, to make this country a serious country. We have to be a serious people. We can't keep playing this kind of game all the time. And again, I still looking at these charges. I thought Councilor Gu would speak to them, because when you hear Gregory speaking, I'm sure at the end of the day, they should have just charged with murder. Because you said the woman was in isolated room. I know some people writing and saying, "Oh, because she went to the hospital, that's why." But we have cases even in this country. The recent case, we have this lady who the person that the husband over time, they go to the hospital and they die, and they found out that this person was being killed slowly. So if you say that there's a power continuous violence and all these things, you believe in it, then why do you come down to manslaughter?
Before we bring in Jacob Conogray, Governor Clinton, we'll hold you for last because you wanted me to play that, and I think you're coming from somewhere. I want you guys to observe Emmanuel George. Whenever he's speaking and he calls Mr. Cummings' name, he gets a smile on his face. He smiles like he's not sure that Mr. Cummings will be president. You know, whenever he's speaking, like I listen to him, then he said, "That's why we need a serious president, and Mr. Cummings, then he can lie." Like you're not sure that he will ever be president. But anyway,
people laugh when they're excited. It's the excitement of knowing how
that's my own interpretation. I get nothing bad against it. I just want to put to observe you.
Yeah, I'm happy that you're not a psychiatrist, nor are you a behavior scientist.
Jacob, let's hear you.
Yes, the legal technicalities, I think, is being discussed by the lawyers and all of that. But I'll just use this time to kind of talk about the opportunity for learning, for education around these what people may call like high-profile cases, or cases that seem to be politically tinted, like we see with Mr. Sam Jackson, which is a very, very vocal opposition figure to the government, and cases involving them, and the way the police is involved, and the way we do these things. I mean, it's a huge opportunity for learning, because somebody talked about that earlier on. Like, for example, the way the Unity Party people, Amos Twer and the rest of the Unity Party people behaved, including Stanton, Waterspoon, he will support them too on the same show. And the overall politicization of this matter, Councilor Gu talked about that, and we follow these things. When these cases come up, we have to be able to show absolute maturity on this matter and stop, trying to create smoke screen around this matter and overly politicize them. And I'm saying this from all dimensions, from the perspective of political parties or political individuals that may be associated with cases like these, but also speaking about it from the perspective of the government also and the government in power. So I'm talking from all sides of it, because even the government in power has to ensure that they remain impartial, that they remain fair, even in cases involving people who are political opinion sharp and drastic against the government in power. So we have to do all of that. And I think some of the delay darling that can happen, the delays at the police station. I mean, if you have a charge against someone and you call them 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, charge them and allow the legal process to work. But you create a delay and say, okay, I have the legal window to make a decision. But you're doing it basically because you want to teach somebody a lesson who you don't agree with politically, and you want to teach the person a lesson, which is wrong. We should stop that. And there has to be part of our reform process as a country. We have to try to reform these things at the level of the national security sector, the police, so that we don't have occurrences of these kinds of action. But of course, as a party, as CMC, we remain in solidarity with Mr. Sam Jackson. We stand by the law. We want everyone to respect the presumption of innocence, which is a guarantee under the Constitution. And of course, as a party, some of us will be there tomorrow with Mr. Jackson, and will be interested in the progression of the case before the court.
Thank you, Jacob. Just shame on CMC. Shame on CMC, Conagray. You can go up and come down and say, well, they did the right thing. We're not saying go and protest and break the law. You have sent only 2 individuals to stand by Mr. Jackson. That's all we're saying. Nobody say go stay and put placard and block the street and tell Gregor Como to beat you guys with tear gas. I mean, only 2 who have run enough. Oh, yeah, you're just jumping around and just talking. I said to say we asking you to go protest. So shame on you guys. That could have been a unity party. You saw what happened with Mo Ali. Joseph Boakai went there. So what happened with Amos Twett. When will you support your partisan? This man came on Spoon every day, advocating for Musa Belete travel. Hey, man. I mean, this is a disgrace. I'm not going to hold back. I know some good Samaritan on the show don't want you guys to feel bad. You got to get to feel good spirit. But just, Jacob, where were you? You were a SEAL. SEAL were important. Where was Musa traveling? Where the party chairman, the man eating Kasali in Cape Man? Where the Secretary General? You on the board with us? I mean, are we serious? And the men that were fighting his butt, his sweat, his pressure was going up. He's in the dungeon, in the lion den. And the lion was approaching him. But looking around for his brothers and sisters. And he was left alone. But to God be the glory, he will be fine. And you will have that, you'll answer to that one day. Representation is not in heaven. Political reward is not in heaven, it's on earth. And we should learn that. That's why you see, Unity Party remains supreme. They are together, they are strong. In opposition and in position, they remain strong because they fight for their own. Conagray, let's hear you and we'll go to CDC, Governor Clinton. I say my own, you're trying to tell your own.
And Sendo, Mr. Jackson remain isolated.
I know still not trying to defend himself, go and attack him about his Unity Party, no problem, tell your own.
Sam will continue to remain isolated if it comes to party representation. Success has so many fathers. Failure has absolutely, it's an orphan. So this case, nobody wants to identify with because maybe it will truncate on their party, the image of their party, so to speak. But sometimes it's good to stay with your own, especially when they're in trouble. But here's what I know. According to criminal procedure, the police can start the process and come up with so many charges. When it gets to another level, I think the court itself will see something different. And then what they present to the juror sometimes is what they go with. So what appear on that paper is exactly what they're going to go with, in my opinion, as far as I know from the process. But Stanton, what I want to say is this. We've been crying for long for our justice system to reform. Madam Salif tried. There have been people in that South Beach who have been there, just they have not even been pre-tried to determine their charges, what we call arraignment. They have spent 5 years there already. They're languishing there. That's the kind of system we have. And deliberately, maybe people will say, look, Jackson did not commit this crime because he's a member of the CMC. Hence, it's not political. This crime was committed outside of the realm of politics. That's why we have to determine, not because he's a political being, so
This
therefore.
crime was allegedly committed.
Well, this crime, whether you want to say alleged, I would say this crime was committed. I don't know if it was allegedly committed. Somebody is dead, so I don't know if that's alleged. But what I would say,
and it's not proven yet.
We don't know if it was a common crime. We don't even know.
It's not proven yet. So great, you know that, my man. Just accept it.
I'm saying that I didn't say Mr. Jackson committed a crime. I said this crime was committed.
How sure are you it's a crime?
Huh?
How sure are you?
Well, that's what we had to prove. So the thing about it is, we take everything to that political level, and I would say whether the delay in our justice system to bring people, to a speedy process in anything, it's decadent. That's what we have. It's not because one party comes to power. That's why we're calling that this administration that's in power now should be able to reform some of these things so that we can have an enhanceable justice system. But I doubt if they're going to be able to do it right away. Too many things to do, and judicial reform is one of the things we need to pay attention to. And I hope we can jump on it right away so that people can have justice at all levels. It's not only given the deceased or.
What you want to say? What you want to say, Colonel Gray? You're slowing us down. What was your point?
My point is give me a chance. My point is the justice system is self-centered. It's decadent, so therefore it needs reform. As a result, this is not political. It's not because Sam Jackson has been talking forever against this government. They didn't go after him because or lying on him because he was talking against the government. So there are two exclusive things. Sometimes the way we reason things out is extremely too politically annoying. A crime was committed, allegedly, let's say it that way, and somebody is facing justice for it. It got nothing to do with politics.
Okay, thank you.
The system we have is what it's going through. We have to.
But let me ask you though, one of the issues is that you can put politics in there or not, but someone raises Dr. Richardson, which is so unique. It's not only unique to this government. You will hold the individual till the court close and everywhere closed, and then you take the person and send them to South Beach, and especially on the Friday or on a holiday, for that person to sleep there and come back on Monday. We're not trying to make it political, but those are some of the reform I think we should be speaking to, because then it turned to be witch hunt, right? Look at the case of Fonati Kofa. They had them for the 6 hours, and then it was on a Friday, and then they had to send them. There was no way they slept there. Saturday, they got to beg the judge to come back on a Saturday to work. Maybe they got the reason, but it seemed to be like it's politically motivated to keep them as well, just to have a political scoring card A. I'm not putting this on Gregory. It's something that is happening all the time. Governor Clinton.
Conjecture.
Sure. Look, Stanton, you make an interesting point. It is not that people want to just accuse the police or the government of engaging in politics around these things. It's the conduct of how these things happen. For instance, the police announced a suspect before they could even find out a cause of death. They went and then he became a suspect without even establishing if there was a crime, right? And then this thing that we've been talking, it happened in, like you said, you keep people, the court closes, and then you put them in jail, and then you it's a win for you, so you can say they are in jail. So when the police, go about doing stuff like that, are they be professional, or are they, peddling politics with what's going on? But let's get back to the case. I think the police are putting together a story. They are telling a story, or getting ready for the prosecutor to tell a story for manslaughter and negligent homicide. I was taking some notes here where the Inspector General talk about pattern or prior violence, witness accounts, and documentary evidence. So they're trying to tell a story. They have no evidence of intentional killing yet. So they're trying to tell a story that this history, or this alleged history of domestic violence, ultimately led to the death of this lady. So in negligent homicide, you have to prove a direct or proximate cause. So they are going to prove proximity in this instance to say that this constant beating and hitting over time led to the death of this lady. But again, it's going to be, we don't know what evidence they have right now, but it's going to be an uphill battle for the government to do that. Also, I was waiting to hear a definitive cause of death. I didn't hear that. I heard he talk about the autopsy report and talk about blunt force trauma and talk about contusion and stuff like that, but was not definitive to ask what the cause of death is. I think that is important, because if we can establish that she died by blunt force trauma to her head or something, then if Sam Jackson was the only person in our environment, then we can begin to tell a story that the only way this could happen, or the only person that could have committed this crime, was Sam Jackson. He was in the environment. He was the only person there, and he's the only person who could have caused the crime. The other thing he talked about is, trying to prove again negligent homicide. Where he talked about she had this condition of seizure, and he was providing her this stimulant. I don't know what stimulant. If anybody knows what stimulant he was providing her, maybe they can throw light on that. And said that in itself was neglect. But he didn't say what stimulant he was providing her and how that aggravated the seizure and could have led to her death. So because
the journalist asked that question, and I think he said it was alcohol.
Okay, well, we are going to leave that with the medical people. If whether Sam Jackson was the one, again, also the medical thing, whether if Sam Jackson was the one who was providing her alcohol, or because if somebody has seizure and other and they're drinking alcohol, is there a duty of care? Like, if that's what the duty of care is, because the duty of care in this instance would be, he knew that she has seizure, right? And look, and to Emmanuel's point that he should have put together measures because she has seizure and not left her, that wouldn't count for duty of care. The duty of care would actually apply where she had a seizure, he saw her, felt and had a seizure, and instead of calling the medical personnel sometime, he delayed and did not do that. But just because somebody has seizure and you were the hospital and you were a caregiver and you left, that wouldn't qualify duty of care. The last thing I want to talk about is he talked about by the time the police got on the scene, the scene was contaminated. If Sam Jackson was the only person there, why did the police not charge him with tampering with evidence? That was not one of the crimes he was charged with. So I found that very concerning that they found a contaminated scene and then also charged him with tampering with evidence.
Thank you very much, Commodore. We gotta move fast. I believe we all have spoken on this. We can move to the next topic.
Can I just ask something, Cynthia?
Dr. Richardson, go ahead, ma'am.
I just want to add that just because I advocate, or if you say I'm advocating for CMC and for the development for Liberia, I don't believe that I'm doing it for a reason, for a cause. That so if I did anything illegal out of the ordinary or anything, that I'm waiting for everybody to converge and come and sing kumbaya with me. I'm doing it because of love of country. I'm doing it because of a choice. Okay, so I just want to put that to rest. That adding that, oh, I needed to have this person around me or that person around me. I think we should divorce ourselves from that kind of thinking in order for Liberia to develop. We need to start thinking about love for country, love to stand by the rule of law. So that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Okay, so I would just say I disagree with you. Love for one another as a party members is paramount. Before love, love is everything. You should have sent someone to stand by Uncle Sam's side.
But you disagree with everybody.
And it's messed up, and I think y'all can do better next time. Uncle Sam not saying that you'll come and free me. No, he didn't say that. He didn't say you'll come and set me free and say I'm not guilty. But at least still, your presence will have meant a lot. And I think I would talk to Musa Ability on this one. You will agree with me. I think you guys blunder. You can do better next time as a party. So I move like on Detour case. It's very important because you always go in that courtroom. Jacob Jala, let's hear you. What I'm getting, and I want to set this thing straight up to be frank, Jacob, I am seeing something here. It doesn't smell good for Detour. I'm not saying he's guilty. And I will tell the Liberian people tonight, I feel within myself, the law will be the law as always in Liberia, whether good or bad. But bring us up to speed about this case. But before you do that, people are asking for the video of Uncle Sam. Let me play the video quickly when he arrived at the police and when they took him to South Beach.
This vehicle. So there he is, Sam Jackson. He's right here. He has arrived. This is Mr. Samuel Jackson. Yeah. Uncle Sam, any word to the media as you're entering now?
We just hope closure to be able to bury my wife and give her a decent send off. That's all. So we're going to be cooperating with the police.
It's been 16 days. Anything from the police? Have you heard anything from them?
His lawyer, Papi, want to show us Mr. Jackson there.
Escorted by his legal team. So escorted by his legal team of the Liberia National Police. On his website, Sam Jackson.
So this is Sam Jackson making his way. 16 days since he left the police station. He is now climbing the stairs, gingerly climbing the stairs. Still ongoing investigation into the death of his wife, Tony Kumalo Jackson. And he's flanked by his legal representation and moving. He said he hopes that he can get closure today. There you have them. They're looking for the right office to make entry into. This is a case that has caught serious attention. Sam Jackson, a very vocal person in Liberia. He's been in the political space for a lengthy period. An economist, urban planner, a socialite, if you want to add that as well. And
Especially following this visit at the headquarters of the Liberia National Police.
no comment. So no comment is.
Thank you very much. And we're going to play when they took Uncle Sam to South Beach. Then we will close this. If anyone want to add anything, that's fine. That's Uncle Sam Jackson, one of us. He served here as a panelist, going through this situation. We pray that God can be with him and they can have a speedy trial. And again, we know the law will always be the law. So let's play Uncle Sam when they took him to South Beach. There you have it. In our closing with Uncle Sam, it was just 1 minute each or 30 seconds. You guys want to add anything else? Uncle Sam will be sleeping at South Beach, where you have Prophet Key, you have Peter Bonojala, you have Peace Ability, you have other folks. He will be there probably tomorrow. He will be released. Is there any last word from you guys before we move on to the Samuel Twe Ono case? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Thank you. Dr. Richardson, yes, sir.
Just one thing. I just want us to do our best to depoliticize this situation, because there are two people lives hanging in the balance here: the life of Samuel's wife and Samuel Jackson himself. So let's try to depoliticize it as much as possible and give the
You said the
justice
death of
system.
Samuel Jackson, what?
Yeah, somebody lost their life here. And
She lost her life. Then you said the life of Samuel Jackson, what?
Stanton, I said there's two lives here hanging.
Why is not hanging no more? The woman left is not hanging. The woman left is not hanging no more.
Stanton, if you're
No,
listening,
no,
you
let me correct you. Don't say listen. The woman passed away. But you said her
Stanton,
life is
I'm
hanging.
saying let's try to depoliticize this. There are two lives here at stake. Samuel Jackson, wife, loss of her life in this situation, and Samuel Jackson himself, Rick,
Okay.
spent the
I
rest of his
understand
life
as a lawyer
in
coming to
prison.
go to court, the woman that passed away, but that's fine. I got your friend.
Let's depoliticize it and allow the justice system to take its place. We should not be, and I don't think this opposition will be like the previous opposition that recklessly disregarded the life of young Shalom Musu for us partisan. They should be
That's all you want to say.
dedicated political,
You want to say something, 30 seconds. We
case
got to move on.
and
This guy
allow
is
the
always
justice
off track. He said two lives. The woman down. The woman left not hanging.
So-
Oh, no, man. The woman is dead. Lafayette, let's hear you.
Yeah, so one life is gone and one is at stake.
Thank you.
But you know, in Liberia, the law can be the law for people who they will be in the interest. So when you have your friend, and when the law rules and it goes in favor of that friend, the law is the law. The law is the law. When it goes against your friend, no, the people corrupt. The people were bad. The police did, the prosecution did. So the how Liberia is. So nobody, the law. Let us just pray that the case will be adjudicated free and fair, void of any political influence, void of any political manipulation. Let the state bring forth the evidence that it has in this matter against the accused person. For me, I am very careful about casting expression on a police investigation or maybe on the character of another person, because serving in prosecution for 12 years, I have seen some things that I did not think that people who have been involved with get involved with. So I always been very careful in terms of how I respond to the evidence, especially so when it comes to the kind of a high profile cases. So I mean, the state say they have the evidence. I wish them well. I hope they can.
Let's wait and see.
Yeah, let's
You're
wait
right.
and see.
I want to bring Jacob.
I have one point to add for 20 seconds. The police director spoke to Uncle Sam not calling the police at that time. And this is what I would like to share. In serious country, Uncle Sam was looking for ambulance that evening. He shared with us on the show. In serious country, the police and the emergency network are linked together. Hopefully, because when the police director even were on the show, the number they gave her would try, the thing were not working, or some had problem. So hopefully, since the Inspector General of Police has spoken to this, maybe in the next budget period, we'll also encourage the system we have. And again, that's why I said we need serious government to run our country. So that time that Uncle Sam spent looking for ambulance or trying to call ambulance or get the ambulance, he will pick up his phone. The ambulance who have been called, the police who have come on the scene because they will have received and monitored the report, and we won't have the situation that he spoke to today.
And you're quite correct. I believe that Gregory is looking. Gregory is engaged in all those reforms. I gotta go. We gotta go to the next topic with Becky. We got 4 more
The
hours.
ambulance calling was from the hospital that was from Kelly Hospital to JFK. It was not from the house to the hospital. From the house, he took her in his vehicle. When they got to JFK, they needed to take her from Kelly Hospital to JFK under supervision, and there was no ambulance.
Thank you very much. We want to say thanks to all of you for joining us. We got about 1 more hour to go to rock and roll this thing. By 11:30, we'll be out of here. So we got about actually 59 minutes to go. I want to bring to your attention the Simon Toy case. It's been ongoing, a lot of discovery, a lot of things happening. We're bringing Jacob Jala to bring us up to speed. He's been in the courthouse. Jacob, 712 issue is very, very concerning. He's always there with his lawyer. But I'm concerned about this pink shirt. Is that pink or purple? That's the only shirt the man wearing. But let's make progress. Jacob, talk to us.
Oh yeah, sure. So yeah, I've tried to find time between time during my busy schedule. I think I've been at the trial maybe like 2 or 3 times over the last maybe 2 weeks or so. Okay, of course, I was also there today for basically the first session of the proceedings. But I think, yeah, so it's a very interesting case, and I think a lot of people have been visiting. I saw many people from different walks of life at the court today, and I think, anyone who's interested in public policy or governance or participating in public life, it is a great opportunity for learning. So I will encourage anyone who have the time to go there, listen to the arguments involving the prosecution and the defense, and of course how Judge Usman Fekar, who's presiding over the matter, manages the entire deliberations there. But I would just as a layman observation of how the case is proceeding. Again, the technical details and tricks here and there, not so familiar with it, but just kind of like simplifying things to their bare minimum. Like, for example, first of all identifying what this case is all about in the first place. Fundamentally, I think there are a number of charges there. Economic sabotage, theft, money laundering, and all of that. And I think the prosecution star witness has been on the stands like for 2 days now, and it's been very, very interesting in terms of the direction of the case. Now, the only thing that a little bit surprised me from the layman point of view today, especially during the grilling and the cross-examination from the defense, was about the fact that the defense or the prosecution witness said a lot today, particularly about the operational and administrative function of the Minister of Finance. So in my mind, it's kind of like cover 2 levels. One, looking at the authorization or questioning the authority of the Minister of Finance to authorize or disburse funding to the National Security Council purposes. And the second level of that is about any potential theft or corruption around the expenditure of the $6 million in question. So again, I would say that from a layman perspective, I would have thought that a significant amount of the prosecution time would have been spent on proving that point, that the $6 million that was disbursed from the Ministry of Finance was siphoned or embezzled or not expended for the intended purpose. And I think most observers, like people like us, citizens who attended the case, we're eagerly looking forward to seeing the evidence to back that particular claim. Because for me, that is the game changer in the whole case. Saying, okay, $6 million expended, but it was embezzled, it went to individual account and all of that. And I think for all of the days I've been going to the court, I don't think, from my own point of view, as an ordinary citizen, that point has been sufficiently proven from my perspective enough. I think today a lot of emphasis was placed on whether the Minister of Finance have the authority to disburse the fund. And I think Arthur Johnson and the defense lawyer did a very good job from my perspective, making reference to the PFM law and all the administrative leeway that the PFM law gives to the Minister of Finance to make national security disbursement and to take decision as the chief financial officer of the country. So I think I will, once I have the time, I will continue to attend the case to really see the evidence that the prosecutor will adduce to back the claim that this fund was embezzled and corrupted by the defendants or the defendants in this particular case. As far as I'm concerned, from my own point of view, I don't think I've seen evidence from my side to prove that point yet. Maybe it will come up, but not yet from my perspective. And I think the Baba guy is a star witness for the prosecution, so I thought his testimony will be the game changer and will decide the future of the case.
So thank you very much, Jacob. Though, Jacob, why are you going to the court? Because of Summit what?
No, I'm interested in matters like this. I'm a political person. I'm always interested in cases, especially high-profile cases of this nature. I would love to go. I could be finance minister in the future. Who knows? So I better go down there and see how these cases go, so that I would know what to do when if I have the opportunity to be finance.
Were you there? Were you at the court today?
Yes, I was there today. Yes.
Okay, but you couldn't go to stay with Uncle Sam.
Hey,
No, I'm just asking. I mean, you took interest in going to 5 days now, going to represent.
You took the bid.
You couldn't go and stay with Uncle Sam. Okay.
No, but I'm always on Uncle Samuel, so it's not.
No, I'm just trying to. I will prove this point for. I will repeat myself continuously. But you said something which is so important, that the Richardson, the 712 case is taking a brand new twist every day, every week, right? I really want to say something tonight. Somebody says, Stanton, don't prejudice the case. How? And maybe the lawyer here will correct me. I'm free to talk, give my own opinion. I'm not the legal representative for 712. I'm not representing the government. I'm just Stanton. I can say what I want to say. Am I correct, Clinton? Because a big lawyer in the country just sent me the text. He says, Stanton, don't prejudice the case. You think he's scaring me? I'm not free to speak.
But you're not a party to the case. Your media person is like telling the people on CNN that they can't bring the legal analysts to discuss a case. Like, you're not a party to the case. Even if the judge in the case was to place a gag order, it will be on the parties in the case that they can't speak to the media.
Exactly. He said, do not preempt a particular outcome. This is contemptuous. Your comment on the 12 case is prejudicial. And let's consider good express what the law says concerning Uncle Sam Jassy. Good night, Stanton. Can you just imagine they are watching though, right? But then they're telling me, I call them, they are cowards. Because time to talk, they will not come and talk, but they will say, don't do X, Y, and Z. But I have my own opinion here. And I think if you follow the case closely, you really, really want to speak to it. This is the gentleman you are talking about, right, Jacob? That's the government star witness. Jacob, we're not hearing you. We got some folks on the radio.
Okay,
huh?
Yes.
All right, this is Bwaka. His name is Baba M. Bwaka, Program Manager for Monitoring and Investigation. That's him. He's the government star witness. But something happened today, Jacob. When they asked him, what was his answer? Because I've been reading through. They asked him about the deposit slip, whether it was a crime for Summit 12 to authorize that payment and it went to the bank. You were in the court. What did he say? How did he answer that question? You're muted, Jacob. You're muted.
I mean, a lot was said about because I mean, again, this was like a 5-hour grilling, so a lot was said, and I think, like for example, the testimony and the star witness responses. Sometimes we're thinking of the 30 minutes.
Jacob, let's take it step by step, and all of us will come in. Thank God we get a lawyer. They asked him, right? Because we take note, and I get the note, right? The prosecutor star witness say he was not interested in the details of the expenditure of the $6 million on an investigation. So they asked the question then, how does it become illegal?
Yeah,
You say
okay.
yes. So let me bring you up this. But go ahead, Dr. Richardson. You want to ask to this?
Well, yeah, they asked how does it become illegal if he's not interested in the details.
Correct.
That's what I remember.
Yeah. No, I know. Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, I think that definitely came up because listen, Amsterdam, from what I've noticed, I spent a lot of hours there. From what I've noticed is that you see the investigation. So it seems that the government proceeded with indictment and prosecuting the case fundamentally or strategically based on the LACC investigation. So I think that what Baba is a star witness for the prosecution. So the findings from his investigation at LACC help to inform our government in moving forward, right? Therefore, if you look at, from what I noticed, if you look at the levels of the investigation, so the collected testimonies, Minister of Finance, Controller of everybody signing, Minister of Finance disburse, blah blah blah, gets to FIA. So FIA goes to central bank, in cash the fund, and then the FIA controller says he hands the funds over to Lamin or some people that they're not able to identify now for national security operations. Now, so the question therefore was that okay, LACC investigation and Baba investigation, LACC investigation took them all the way to the point, for example, of the central bank, right? SFIA disburses funds to national security people for operations. So the question that linger, even though some of us, is that it seems that the investigation kind of ended there. It didn't go further to really investigate who received the funds. Was the fund actually expended on national security purposes? What are the details around that? Did they call the central bank, for example?
So let me hold you there. Let me bring the other guys in. And Jacob, thank you for going to court every day. And I hope that you can continue that, because that's great. Thank you. But let me read some of the notes that came from the court that Richardson, then we can do this round because others really love to speak on this. The investigation was not interested in operational duties of the $6 million in question. Baba is saying, we were only investigating an act of corruption. And when the defendant could not tell the investigators which national security institution received what amount, we proceeded to indict him. That is Richardson, the first opening answer. And again, it's good that we get Clinton here, Councilor Gu. I'm not going to call Jefferson name. He has not passed his ball yet. So, Dr. Richardson, let's hear you.
Yeah, again, this case is a teachable moment. It's going to help us learn about our judicial system, its strengths and limitation. But the question for me that I have, and I'll continue to ask, and I've been asking from day one, what was so egregious? What was so serious of a security nature that led to Samuel Twe, or the Minister of Finance, spending $600 million at the time? Okay,
I think it's 6 million.
6 million, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, a little over 6.5. Yeah.
Yes, 6 million. 6 million. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Okay, so what was so egregious? What was the security concern at the time? Okay, we also learned too that the bank said that they use a ledger system as opposed to photocopying, and because they were asking, is photocopy permissible in court versus the original document? And we understand that the bank, will be submitting, or they have the ledger system to indicate that this money went to Samuel Twe. But I will continue to ask this question. Some of you guys have said it was election error and Liberia was under threat. So that's why Samuel Twe had to spend $6 million for security reason. I want to know. I want to know more about this security issue that we had that led to them spending $6 million. So thank you, Stanton.
Dr. Richard said you can know because that's the purpose of national
No,
security.
we'll get to you, though. I want us to take this step by step. Dr. Richardson is bent on this. She really wants to know, and I want to know that. We already have fund at NDC for election purposes. We had national security fund set aside, and it was allocated. Why we needed an additional 6.5 million? Beautiful question. But again, Dr. Richardson, just to remind you, the money was allocated. Summit to Asani, it went to central bank. FIA admitted that they took the money. So we know where the money is right now is with FIA. Now, from FIA to whoever is that money, that's where the whole problem is right now. Then they say Samator no. Samator know who is the money. So we'll bring Samator in because
So I will add one more thing that I learned, from on the show, and I learned that from Councilor Good. Conspiracy, okay, was one of they count the charges that they levy against Mr. Twe and this group of men, okay? So how they going to conclude this conspiracy? Well, did the money actually go to FIA and then they started taking the money among themselves, or did they say that FIA is something that we'll learn in the future as this case unfolds?
Thank you, Dr. Richardson, and let's make progress. I want to go to Councilor. We'll keep you guys for last. Let me bring in Vendetta Patrick. You guys are the best on the show to explain to us. We'll bring in Alcid. Alcid, thank you for joining us. VP, let's say you've been talking in the back. I know you're pushing your consultancy with the finance ministry. Nothing spoiled, my brother. You're getting your 1,400 every month. That's good. But let's hear you, VP.
Take it back. Take that statement back. I'm discussing with my classmates.
Okay, your classmate.
Yeah, we're discussing. Today, we had a lot of issues at the University of Liberia campus. So I wasn't there, so they were just giving me an update.
Thank you.
I don't know where you can get all your thing. When people ask you where is the proof, then you get vexed. They person that wrote as soon as they ask me,
my VP, No, I'm not joking. I spoke to VP. No. We can leave that in small. I spoke to VP. In the back, the man said yes, he get a lay consultancy at finance ministry. Then he asked me on the show where I get the story from. He told me that. Then he said where I get it from. But Vivi, let's get back on course. Let's get back on course.
But Vivi, when you start defending yourself, I said you make it official.
My man, you stay in school?
I told you I run a consulting. No, like I declare, I run a consulting firm since 2020. When I was in the US, it's called the Lobby Office Incorporated. And we have had several clients from ECWAS, from non-profit institutions, from government.
We're doing
that. But maybe there will be another time if I decide to talk here and say I'm going to pay money. That's the only reason I've not said anything yet. But you give me the opportunity, I'll do it.
Thank you. So you get confirmed that you get consultancy. Let's go ahead, baby. Let's talk.
No, but it's a consulting firm. It's a consulting firm.
I'm happy for you. Thank you.
We're not discussing the issue.
I'm happy for you. Thank you for working with Gaffer. I saw you deploying every day. But go ahead, baby. Let's talk about 712.
I will not for me to disclose my client. I will not do it. But let me say this. I've been investigating. One of the things I saw from the prosecution has insisted that there is absolutely no meeting minutes to justify whether the joint security met and they approve some sums of $5 million to be used for security purpose. As up to today's date, there's no meeting. The prosecution is saying it's a fraud that no meeting was held where it was decided that money must be appropriated from the government for joint security purpose. And they are asking the defendant to provide proof. That is one of the contentions. But again, I'm not a lawyer. I wish to be one of these days. I don't know how the joint security operates. So every single day, whatever people say in the court, we quote them. Like yesterday, I read a newspaper. The defendant legal counsel is saying that the prosecution must provide the original copy of the check if they really claim, because they have asked the judge to provide or for the photocopy of the check to be admissible. And the defendant is saying, no. If you say this man issued a check of 5 million or 6 million, bring the original check. Whether it is true or not, I don't know. But this case is a learning for me. And we'll follow it to the left to see who is guilty and who is not. So I rest my case.
Thank you very much. I will push you guys because we got to cover the other story. So let's see if our brother Asa, welcome to the show. Chelsea and Chelsea will come on. On agree, you have not spoken on it with yet. Then we'll go to the two lawyers to close us on this. Asa, welcome, my brother. How you doing today?
I'm good, thank you. But you keep calling 2 lawyers. We got 3 lawyers here.
Where's the third one? What's the third one?
Wow, Charles and Chelsea is
the main pass is bull, yeah, my man. The main got to pass it.
If the man spoke against the Supreme Court, he afraid to take his test. You said it.
So
just a basic with naming.
Just
no.
I
said no. Let Jesse to clarify whether he's a lawyer or not. Jesse, are you a lawyer?
So can you mute, brother? So it is important that when we are speaking to this issue, the people listening to us depend on us to get the picture of what is going on. They don't know. One thing I'm not 100% sure of as to if the National Security Council is the same as the Joint Security. I don't know. But I do know the president has the National Security Council that we are talking about. I'm thinking the Joint Security should be a different, the immigration, all these people, but the National Security Council, in my mind, Remy Gray can let us know. I think it is the one headed by the president, which should be different from the Joint Security. So, what is the contention in court? From all of the reportings, the most important contention in court is that the prosecution is basing their argument on money laundering. That is the contention in court. So I can boastfully say I deal with that every day. So I understand what it means. And it is a little disappointing to see our people entrusted to investigate national cases not getting a little understanding of what they should be telling the people. So since this is the major contention, our people out will want to get the understanding what is money laundering, to put a crime on someone. I will make it simple. When the source of a money is in question, money laundering is there. The source of a money. The source of the money we're talking about today is not in question. It is government money. That is a legal money. Money laundering would be using money obtained from an illegal source. For instance, if you sell drugs, the money you get from the selling of drugs, that money, you take it and put it in the financial system. That is what they call money laundering. But if you steal money from the government cupboard, it's not money laundering because there is a source. The source is the government. Legitimate people pay taxes. So when I was reading that, it brought sadness to me that we are where we are today. Again, I just wanted to be short on this because it is sad that we are here. You cannot be telling Samuel 12 that you need the original checks for a payment. That only suggests to me you don't understand how Liberia's financial system works. Samuel Twer's signature will never be on a check from FIA. Samuel Twer's signature will only be on a check from Ministry of Finance as instruction to the central bank to disburse money. So you will absolutely see the trail. Samuel Twer's signature cannot lead to end payment. Samuel Twer's signature pays to ministries and agencies. My people, why are we spending our country money in such a useless manner on people that don't understand what they're doing? You want to charge Samuel Twer for money laundering because according to you, he did not have the authority to use government money, but the money has a source. The source is the government of Liberia money. Legitimate taxpayers pay money. First off, it has to fail 3 tests. 3 tests. The placement, the layering, and the integration. Then you know you are going towards that. Well, I can only say this. I am not of the belief that the governor of Liberia may not take Samuel Twer to put in jail. Maybe they will do that because it is a political case. But I can bet my life, like I've done other times, if you take that case from in Liberia court, you carry it to international court, the government of Liberia will not take 1 day, they will throw it outside. Because everything I've listened to don't make no sense. I know I have to end here, Stanton, but just like few seconds, it doesn't make no sense. You charging a government minister that, I mean, when you say you charge the man for corruption, we will be talking about it. But you're charging him for money laundering, meaning you are questioning the source of a money. When the source is coming from the government budget, there is a source. How then can that fit the test of it? And then you want an original check that you know from your own mind that Samuel Twer's signature will never be on Ministry of Youth and Sports check. Samuel Twer's signature will only be on a check sending credit advice to central bank to get Ministry of Youth and Sports money. So what kind of a thing is this? And then Stanton, you said the man saying he wasn't interested in the details. But by the time the people didn't tell him who actually received the money, he indicted. What kind of nonsense is this? You are not interested in the details? The fact that they didn't tell you.
All right, so we got to go. Thank you. We got to go. But let me give you the definition of money laundering again.
Stand on. Money received from an illegal source used into the financial system. That's money laundering.
Okay. So that is to say, if we take your definition as it is, like you're saying,
that's the
that is. Let me finish now. Let me finish. We're not forcing. Give me a chance. Let me finish. You stay answer. That is to say that those Samuel Twer said that government money. Are you saying that because that government money is coming from the government account, so you cannot hold Samuel Twer for money laundering because they have a source? I really want to understand where you're going with your
it can't be money laundering. It could be.
Wait. Gamada, you're not asking those, sir. Please. I say help us because we want to define money laundering and we want to understand how does it fit in with the charges against Samuel Twer. You was going there, but you branched off when you decided to be a partisan and talk about nobody know the law but you. So help us leave the party thing alone, Chief. Educate us on the money laundering aspect, sir.
Thank you. I'm not a lawyer. So that is my argument. My argument is if the source of a money is from an illegal, then money laundering fits in. So again, this is what I'm saying, Stanton. A corruption means abusing public money for personal gain. So if you were to go in government account, took money from there, build your house, that corruption. Why it will not be money laundering? Because the source of the money is not in question. You took it from government account. So if I went in your account and took money from there, the source of the money I'm taking from is from your account, your money.
Let me put this about what Google say, what the computer say about money laundering. Let's see, maybe it will help us. It's a money laundering. It's the illegal process of disguising the origin of money obtained through criminal activity to make it appear as though it came from legitimate sources. Through criminal activity. How can you connect the money that been obtained? It was obtained through criminal activity. As it.
That's exactly the same thing I said. To make it appear as though it came from legal sources. Like I said again, the source of the money brings the money into money laundering.
So let me bring in Councilor Drew. Is that Clinton? I say you just flip the whole thing around because you know what?
That's the same thing. I just told you.
That's okay. Let me bring in Clinton.
I come 1 minute. So Stanton, the same thing I said. When the source of the money is in question. So again, using money to show as if the source is legitimate. Once that source is not there, you take it off. You go to corruption, you go to
the source is legitimate. The process in which the money was taken. Jacob, go ahead.
Again, let me make the one. They are 20 late so that we can come in too.
Yeah, but
Jacob can wait.
Listen,
you have spoken, so make it quick now.
Yeah, listen more. So I just want to add, because I was in court today. This whole question about money laundering was an important part of the debate today, and it took quite a while. And the prosecution, the defense, battled over the money laundering question. And I think, like Councilor, the defense counsel, for the lead defense counsel, there was a lot of discussion, and a particular term was used, fruit, for something to be qualified as money laundering. They argue that money must be a fruit of a crime. That's the term that was used. So if you look at the money that is under question, the funds were transferred from the government consolidated account. So that was a legitimate government account, right? So now they have to start counting, and they started counting. So the next account.
Be fast, the other program to speak, man.
Okay, I can keep quiet. I think we should be more interested in understanding and talking plenty. So let me shut up.
No, but you don't say the other people talking plenty. They gotta say that. Oh, you been in the code a whole while. No. We asked you one question, you couldn't answer what it meant.
Okay, let's continue. I'll keep quiet.
Let's bring it on great.
Listen, there's a public platform, right? So I think it'll be more important for us to get the right knowledge, right information.
Stanton gave you the lead to talk on it. He asked you 3 questions. You answer it. You were just going left, right, here, there, and there. Now in the middle, now you want to stop all of us that.
Listen, I'm not here. Listen. I'm not here to answer questions. I'm here to give my perspective of what happened. I don't represent anybody on the show. You can come to court. I don't stop you from coming to the court. I'm just giving you my assessment. What happened? You can believe it, you can believe it. That's not my problem. I'm just giving my assessment. I'm just saying that this was part of the discussion. You're not paying me for saying the thing I'm saying you are free. I'm just saying part of the discussion that happened today, and the discussion was about the fruit of the crime, and the defense counsel argued that this money came from a consolidated account to the FIA account, and therefore it did not qualify as money laundering. That's all.
Okay. All right, I mean, that's the point they were talking. Colonel Gray, let's hear you, sir.
Stanton, one of those studies that I did in money laundering, financing terrorism, it's not only the source, but also the process. You know, you can take a legitimate source, the processes, and turn it into a money laundering process. That's why the prosecutor is asking you, you say you use this money for national security. Show us how. And
you need to explain that. You need to explain that. Really, explain that now for us, please.
But look at the definition Stanton placed. It says the process, not only the source, the processes. Look at it. Put it back up, Center. If you have.
Stanton, let me send you the Department of Justice. They're not
No. Put that one up.
If you're talking about money laundering, the source of the money,
the legal process. You see it there? Of disguising the origin. So, Stanton, let me conclude. Thank you so much for putting that up. The money came from the National Bank to now they're saying that who sanctioned the money to come.
Well, hold on, though, Jake. Hold on, Colonel Gray. You raised something so important. I see Councilor Good laughing at what you just said, which is good. The illegal process of disguising the origin of the money.
Yeah.
It calls into question. You're right, Colonel Gray. You're right. So I suggest coming to just make people think that he's the best vice president at American Bank here in Minnesota that they giving him $14, 25 cents per hour. Colonel Gray, you caught him. They gave me access to $14, 25 cents per hour.
My man, you don't make my money plenty. My money at $12. I beg you. Don't be adding $2 on it. I beg you, please.
Yeah. So the thing about it is not that they're not questioning the source of the money. They question the process. They are saying that you say use this money for national security. Show us how. You say, oh, because of national security, we can show you how. But that means you just indicted yourself. That's why you're in court for, to prove that this money came from, was legally sanctioned to come from the source as a national security fund, $6-point-something million. Unless you can prove that you took the money from the source and you used it for that purpose, definitely the prosecution has a case. And that is where they're going to struggle because they cannot prove how that money was used for national security purposes. And that's what the prosecution knows. That's why they're going to
Thank you, Colonel Gray. You pointed out something good, Kev. Kev, because you have access to remove anybody now, you took or Jefferson Chesson like that without even giving him warning. You just take the man out and you brought yourself on, Kev. I mean, you got to release.
That's the power.
So I mean, let me see Emmanuel Josh. Emmanuel have not spoken yet.
Yeah, can I ask you one second? I don't ask Remy Gray. Yeah?
We're waiting for you. Go ahead.
Remy, I wanted to ask you, you say it includes terrorists and all that kind of thing. So Remy, if they pay your salary, they give it to you. Your salary, where you work for? You take the money, you send it to Boko Haram. That money, your salary, what they give you?
The question again?
Remember, don't answer the question. It's irrelevant. So, Emmanuel, let's bring you on.
Remy, stop talking what you don't know, my brother.
I don't know.
Emmanuel, let's bring you on. Emmanuel, we got him going. We're pushing this thing.
I did a PhD study on terrorism.
Yeah, there you go again. The man did PhD. I beg you. I say, brother, get PhD.
No, that's why I keep recommending to you. On one day we should come and be fire by fire. You put Conor Gray. Look, Stanton, I'm not going to waste the public time on this issue. I think initially I thought the prosecution was building a case, putting black to black. But as I read a statement from this witness, the first thing that comes to mind, what is his level of security clearance he has? Have he been, because he seems to limit himself as to what happened when the money left and how that money was distributed in the conversation he had in court today. So clearly it appears that he doesn't have a high level of security clearance, and therefore he could not be a significant witness, in my opinion, in this case, except for building the blocks. So this is what we know. We know that monies left the Ministry of a check left from the Ministry of Finance went to the Central Bank of Liberia, and it was dispersed and signed for by agents from the FIU. That's the story we know right now. That has been clear. It is in the LACC report. I think what I'm interested in and what the public is interested in is the second part of the story. What happens to that money? Was the money taken to a hotel and it changed hand. The hotel, Samuel Tour got her own, everybody get their own. I think that's what the public really is looking for in this case. But we are very clear from the report. Anybody reading the report is clear. The money left from the Ministry of Finance to Central Bank of Liberia. Central Bank of Liberia dispersed that money. I think the power of the case for me is the second part of it, and that would take a lot of national security clearance to get to the second part of the story. And there where I believe Baba Burka was limited, because it appears that he doesn't have the security clearance to continue the investigation. Hopefully, the prosecution with the Minister of Justice will have better clearance, will have a better understanding of what happened after that. If money laundering is moving, again, the whole issue of money laundering, if it's because the money was moved, no, the money was moved through government account, except we want to argue that the Liberian government now is funneling illegal money through its systems, which I believe it's not. So at this point in time, in my layman opinion, I'm not a lawyer. I don't see the money laundering case yet. I don't see the distribution and the news of the funds yet, because that will have to happen after the FIU received the money. What happened next? And that question have not been answered. And hopefully the government is still building a case. The next crop of witnesses will speak to what happened when the money left the Central Bank of Liberia and was in the hands of the agents of FIU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Kamala Clinton.
So let's start with this money laundering thing. You can't prove money laundering in this case when you already know the source of the money. Isaac is right. The money came from government coffers. It can't be wrong. I want to bring it as simple so anybody watching this thing can understand. If you set up a prostitution ring and you were getting the dollar bill well above the $2 from the prostitution ring, and then you took all that money from prostitution now and you pull it in a legitimate business, you're laundering money because you're taking it from illegal activity to make it legal. That's what money laundering is. So in this case, the money came on government's account. So you're talking misappropriation, you're talking embezzlement if they ate the money, but I don't understand why they came up with this money laundering charge. There's no money laundering here. And that's why the defense counsel tried to push the witness on the stand today about the source of the money. If you say, whether he believed that if money came from the Ministry of Finance and went to FIU, if that, was illegal money. If he can say if that was illegal, then how did he come up with the charges that this was money laundering? But it's a tricky case because I'm kind of confused as to what the government is actually trying to prove, because the core of the government's argument, one is that Mr. Twe and the rest of the people, first that the FIU was now a member of the National Security Council. I think the defense have proven that the FIU was a member. So I think the argument was they brought the FIU purposely to the National Security Council so as to transfer the money to them and not to pass it to the NEC. There's a lot of question about whether the Minister of Finance has the authority to even authorize that payment. With Dr. Richardson question, the prosecutors are bringing this indictment because they said the defendants can't say where the money, but if you read the National Security Act, these people swore an oath of secrecy. They can't divulge any kind of information. I think and Councilor Gui and them, I think it's up to 10 years imprisonment if you do that. They can't divulge that kind of information. It's complete secrecy. So they can't say who the money was going to, what the money was used for, unless that information maybe is declassified by the president, who is the head of the National Security Council. So I just think that the charges and what the government is trying to achieve here, because to where the money, did they share the money? Because if you're trying to prove economic sabotage and you were trying to prove I don't know what the other charge, money laundering and economic charge, you have to prove there is some kind of personal enrichment to the defendants in this case. So you have to be able to show that when this money went to FIA or wherever it went, people took the money and they ate the money. In this case, the government has not been able to prove so far that they know what happened to this money. If all we know is that this money came from the Ministry of Finance, went to FIA, I don't know what we're arguing. We don't know what happened to the money. So is the argument just that they didn't have the authority, or that people actually were enriched by this money? And it's hard to know what the government is actually trying to do here, especially with the charges. Let me let Councilor Gu come here.
Thank you.
Stand on. We are not looking at American law. We're not looking at Google definition. We're looking at what the laws of Liberia says. Well, you can define crime from Google. You are defining from statute. So the Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Act of 2021 defines money laundering. It says offense of money laundering.
You gotta send it and share it. Let them know that you are reading from the right thing.
Share so we can know where they.
Yeah, you're gonna read from something in Jade, you won't believe you. I can read something beyond the door. I mean, there's a declaration of evidence.
I know you don't respect the credibility of your friend and so far.
No, you have to listen. You are a lawyer. There was set a time that you have to share all your document, your evidence, and things. I record that input, Governor Clinton.
I send it
you
to
to share with the plaintiff too.
I send it to
Discovery. We need discovery.
Let somebody else talk. Let me get charged up on my phone.
Hey, you're running away because you get no discovery. That's what Richard says.
No, you get problems.
I enjoy the conversation. I'm sure Liberians are too.
Reading the TV, say you want us to believe it.
I want everyone to just know that there are several charges against Samuel Twer. You know, there's economic sabotage, there's corruption, there's facilitation, there's money laundering. So the government have a slew of charges against Samuel Twer, and they will argue it out and see which one will stick. That's what is happening. That's how the legal process works. But let me turn it back to Councilor Good. I think he's ready now.
So Stanton, I send it to you. So you can pull it up.
Yeah, I'm putting it up. Yeah, hold on 1 minute. Tell your other Tabata, and then we'll bring it up later.
No, I'm not talking Tabata. I'm talking real talking, not Tabata. I don't talk Tabata on this show.
No, but I think you're saying that for me, for Clinton. Like Clinton, the American lawyer. I didn't say I'm a lawyer. So you disagree.
And now you go to Google. You want me to?
Yeah, because Google help us. So other research, Serena Seaford can research. You get it for AI. You know that?
No, when it comes to Liberian law, criminal law, that the statute. Okay, so you got it now?
No, hold on 1 minute. Let me put it up, man. Hold on 1 minute. Hey, seriously, before I forget, listen, the guy said he didn't pay your Starlink bill. They gotta hook your Starlink up for free, and he would disconnect it if you cannot keep up with paying your bill. Councilor, I just thought I'd let you know before I forget. Yeah.
So you come on this platform to denigrate me. You find a way. You find all kind of way to yeah. You find it all kind of way, but yeah. You die in the show.
No, the man saw you on the show. The man said, man, the man refused to pay the Starlink bill 2 months now. You gotta remind him. I said, okay, I'll do it later. The man said, do it. Let me hear it. The man watching you. The man said, I'll do it when you hear it. So,
Councilor Good, he the American man.
Just come straight to tell what you are telling us.
Emmanuel George, as he say, he don't want to pay my way to the court to go to play.
So, can I go?
Jacob Bowie.
No, I feel what I do.
Why you not pay over again?
Let's tell you my view the way I see it. You send me there, I was
disrespectful, so I will accept it. I don't send me this stuff, so I will accept it. I'm not issue.
No problem. No problem.
Whatever the case is, offense of money laundering. Why you putting it up? A person or body corporate or other legal entity commits the offense of money laundering if that person knowingly or having reason to believe or suspect that property is the proceeds of crime. When that person converts or transfers the property for the purpose of concealing or disguising the illicit origin of that property, or of aiding any person involved in the commission of the criminal conduct to evade the legal consequences of the conduct. The key word there is origin. Conceals or disguises the true nature, origin, location, disposition, movement, or ownership of or rights with respect to the property. The property, that's the first property now. I'm talking about, say continuing. Acquires, possesses, or uses the property which origin is concealed. Engages directly or indirectly in any transaction which involves the property. Receives, possesses, conceals, disguises, transfers, converts, disposes of, moves from, or brings the property into Liberia, or participates in, associates with, or conspires to commit, attempts to commit, or aids, abets, or facilitates, or conceals, or counsels the commission of any of the above acts. So the key thing here is that the source of the money must be criminal. That's it. Nobody brings in legitimate money. Nobody brings in legitimate money and try to, I don't know. So it doesn't make sense. So the source of the money must be criminal. But that's it.
Here's the thing. Man. You're disrupting the counselor.
No, go and bring United Party, demon, and come meet us doing the show.
This is a sabotage.
You're not wasting our time like Liberia then.
Stand on.
Someone needs to pay me for me to come in Liberia and stay here as a personal witness.
Stand on. I think we need to go and expert.
Here is the thing, right? There is the thing. Let's take it from this other side, right? The case is ongoing, but then there is a sequestration process. So the jurors are sequestrated. So at least we can discuss. Because they are not hearing us, you know.
I really don't care whether they hear me or not. Are you worried about it?
What? Yeah, but you owe the country nothing.
You worry about it. I really don't care.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I'm worried.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried because as a former prosecutor, there are certain questions when your witness, your key, that guy is the chief of investigation.
Mm-hmm.
When your key witness answers a certain question in certain ways, right? It has to worry you. When you say that you did not go follow to know about the details of the spending of the money, it raises questions of doubt. Because in order for you, Stanton Witherspoon, for me to say that you took spoon money, you sent spoon money, you gave it to Asset Doe, and Asset Doe, and you share that money, it means I must have had the evidence to show that that money was shared between you and Asset Doe.
Kev Hassan, actually, Kev Hassan.
And Kev Hassan, go ahead, man. Kev Hassan, you're right, Kev Hassan. It means I must have evidence to show that you and...
that's why I can interrupt you. You don't even say with Dr. Richardson or Conor Gray or Emmanuel Joy, you say Kev Hassan and Asset Doe.
Bob, because the two can turn the background, you can turn this one talking. And when
their hands are not clean, simply because their hands are not clean. So maybe their hands are not clean.
No, because we took them out of power, they will never come back. So don't measure me with them, please.
So yes, so Stanton, it's very important for us to to look at these little details in cases. Small case, small little doubt can cause problem for your case. So until the prosecution will bring another witness to go behind the spending and say, hey, yeah, you said you spend. I always said this: you spend the money for national security purpose. That's what you say. But we have evidence to show that you use the money to buy a car. You bought a car maybe for your girlfriend. Yes, because look at the timing.
Yeah, but that's what you said the other day, Councilor Gu, right?
Yeah.
Let's be serious here. And the government, the lead prosecutor, okay, the SG saying we have the evidence. We can tie Simon Tuer to conspiracy. He's not biting his teeth. He's not biting his lip. He's not biting his tongue. He's saying we have the evidence.
But man, you know,
Councilor, you
the
said
law is not. I mean, the SG is not the witness, mind you. The SG is not the one providing the evidence, testifying to the evidence. So you have to be careful on what the SG will say and what his witness will testify to.
Right. All right. We take that. We take
So
that.
that's it.
But let's move on. I think Emmanuel, you have spoken on this, right? Okay. Let me bring in Kev. Kev, let's hear you quickly because we still got to talk about Gafwan and the CSA director. They're working together. Kev.
Let me say hi to everybody. You know, Councilor, you said all. Let's look at it. You spoke on the origin. Let's look at Samuel Tuer's role. He's a finance minister. And the Ministry of Finance is not a spending entity. We all know that FRA under oath.
Yeah, exactly what Samuel Tuer wrote for Kev to say that what he's saying. So you listen. He said that last week. He said it last week and he's saying it again the same way. Just listen. We recorded him last week. Go ahead, Kev. Read for the people.
You understand? They agree that Samuel Tuer gave them money. My question is, what Samuel Tuer is doing in court? What they holding Samuel Tuer for? I still don't get it.
Thank you.
Let me finish, man. You say.
Oh, I think you asked a question.
You gave it. No, listen. I gave Stanton the money.
But you take my name for your team and you're giving money business. You're taking my name for everybody. Yeah.
Stop
setting an example on me, but
okay, I'll leave you.
Stanton, why are you giving us off track? Allow us to.
No, let's stop setting an example on me. You said
Okay, I gave the money to Jacob.
We want you to understand that there's no money laundering.
Yeah, I gave the
The
money
reason why to understand the whole government case is a waste of time.
A cartoon. The case a cartoon.
Waste of time.
I gave. Yeah,
a
cartoon.
They can't make it. I'm gonna
Let me say this to everybody. It's very important for you to know, right? Two things happening here, and people will get vexed with me, guys. What I know from where I sit, right? Samuel Tuer will be the sacrificial lamb when you talk about the fight against corruption. I'm not smiling.
But what
brand listen, Kev. Kev, listen.
The sacrificial lamb, yes.
Kev, listen, I beg you. When God called Abraham and he said, come and sacrifice, Abraham didn't ask God where the lamb. He had no lamb, nothing. He went there by himself, he and his son. He put his son on that thing. Wait for what ground? I'm saying to you, when you are in this process, and the government have to set an example, these things happen. It's politically done. What I know, I can announce here whether you want to take it or you don't want to take it. You will look for evidence tired. Samuel Tuer will be the sacrificial lamb on the fight against corruption. And I'm going to leave it like that. We will come here, the star witness will say, oh, I know, or I know, I'll find the paper, or I find the paper. All those things are flamomo. At the end of the day, Magay is a sitting senator. It will be easier to grab Samuel Tuer than Magay. Bill Tuer is a sitting senator. It will be easier to grab Bill Tuer Samuel Tuer than Bill Tuer. What I am saying, and people on the other side will get angry, the law will be the law. They will find a technical reason to lock Samuel Tuer up, and that will be the law. You go up, you want to call it, you want to save it, you want to say Stanton, what you say is not true or it's true. The example will be set on Samuel Tuer, and others will follow. That's my fear. That what I know, this kid gonna go down on the wire. It may not sound good to you, but I know too much about this case. I am in too deep, and I have gotten to the end. And the end is very clear, Emmanuel George. That's Samuel 12. Whether on a regular path or whether on a rocket path, he may be the sacrificial lamb. And I can tell you this, 50% of the Liberian people will be happy, and 50% will not be happy. And they will stick to that saying that Musa Benito always outline the law should always be the law. And I move on from this story. That's my closing on it. And let's move on. We got to talk about CSA Director Jokai. Quickly, you want to say something, Vendetta? We'll give you only 5 seconds, my man, not too long back.
No, I think I want to ask the councillor. I'm talking about Councillor Clinton. This money in question, the 500,000 or 1.5 billion Liberian dollars that was transferred from the central bank or whatever, was the transfer made to the FIA or the National Security Agency? I just want
It was
to know
given to FIA. FIA received that money, Claire.
Anyway, was
Yeah,
given.
so now, CEO, good, I'm coming. This is the contention, and maybe the next time we'll come to this. I'm not a lawyer, but what is the statutory responsibility of FIA? They are there to analyze financial transactions. Do they have that statutory responsibility?
So we'll come back to it.
Money?
Yeah. We'll come back to it. Councillor Gu explained that to us very well the other day, but we can discuss it in the chat room.
FI is not even a part of the National
And I want to say,
Council.
and I want to say to everybody here, thank you. Let's move on to what exactly is important as of today, like Simon Toy case. I want to put this guy up. Everybody read exactly what he posted today, right? This is Josiah Jokai. You know, he was trying to be the chair for NEC, and they give it to Jonathan Wheeler. But Josiah Jokai still got room, though. You got two to three commissioner will be retiring, the tenure up next year. Maybe they will put him as one of the members of the NEC over there, next year when those other people retire. But Josiah did something today we want to bring to your attention. He put this out, and a lot of people have seen it, right? One is, Civil 7, that listen, you should stop running to the media. If you're not taking pay, if there's an issue, he want to sign a law, he want to sign a decree, he want to sign something. Every one of you read this before. And he's saying, don't run to the media. If we catch you, we'll fire you. Amen. I read this and I felt somehow. Is that how we're operating now? Dr. Richardson, you will go too soft, so let me bring in Acido, because when I woke up this morning, Acido sent this to me. Then after Acido, Dr. Richardson will come to you. I read what you sent me and I went online, I saw it. What's happening with Josiah and the government on this one?
No, he's only telling us criminal activities are being carried out. So no one should come and tell anybody anything. So the only thing I would say, things like that, they are serious things, but frankly, those are things that I can make fun out of, because it brings me to wonder, all of the boasting these guys had prior to coming in government, where is it? So you telling the people that if you get paid, you tell anybody say you get paid, we will fire you. If we're supposed to pay you $2,000 or $200 and we pay you $50, and you tell anybody say we cut your money, we will deal with you. What about? Government should always strive for the most high level of transparency. In government, there shouldn't be secret. If there are secrets, they can carry it to the security side and call it top classified, whatever it is. But to come to the public, doing when GT Bank just told you have not paid the people, and telling, God, I'm lost of voice. Why are these guys making the very strong men and women working for government to be worried every day. Every day, Josiah Jokai is bringing up some dumb things, and in his mind, he got PhD, and he bringing it up for people to just talk about it. You come from nowhere. You are not thinking about anything that the government needs to do. Your concern is to tell civil servants that, you know what? When we cut your money, don't say fuen. If we don't pay you, don't say fuen. What kind of thing is this? But sadly, we will have people defending it. People will say NDA means don't share confidential information. It's not a bad thing. But when does it really come into play? How is it necessary? What brings it into play? Is it a feature thinking that there will be some crime that will be disclosed if somebody says something? And I know
Let me hold you there because this is interesting. I really like to hear from everybody. Yeah, Dr. Richardson, Josiah Joket fired now people for MCC. Josiah Joket, strangulated other folks and said he's the HR head. Now he's saying if we don't pay you, if any situation about corruption, you go to the press, we see you, we'll fire you. What kind of intimidation is that? It means that I've never heard this though. In any government, it's not only Josiah Joket. You find Jeremy Pierre were leaning towards that the other day too. Is that something they're discussing as a society that, listen, let's put fear in them and let continue to steal and lie and be corrupt? Talk to me, Dr. Richardson.
So, Stanton, sticking to what Josiah Joket said in a letter that you put out here, I pity the Liberian people who, they get paid once a month already. That's really bad. And then they try to go to work, find a way to work, whether they can make it or not, how they're making it, is really bad. We don't even know. But then someone to come and say, if you go to the press to tell them that you're not getting paid, you will get fired. I pity them. I pity them. And my heart goes out to the Liberian people who are suffering, okay? And they're trying to make ends meet. And then just because Josiah Joket and others, perhaps who think the way that he's thinking, don't experience the same difficulty the Liberian people are experiencing. They don't have to worry about getting paid, okay? So it's the Liberian people who are making the operation of our government go, successful, happen. And then you're trying to threaten them, it's sad. It's very sad. I hope that is not the case, but if it's the case, they need to stop it.
So this is it, Dr. George. This is it, right? Mandatory signing of non-disclosure agreement by all civil servants. And if you read it, it's very, very clear. It's like we're paying you, just keep our secret. People still going to share information. You won't stop them. We're not cutting our sources. The indictment came out. We received the whole document of Uncle Sam indictment. We discussed it here. I just choose not to be putting out some serious information because I didn't want to national security information that we can hold that. But what these guys are doing, they're playing games though. Emmanuel George, talk to me.
Well, Stanton, I beg to differ on this particular point. During the CDC-led government, are one of those who was seriously outspoken against this for this issue, on behalf of this issue. Because almost every day during the CDC-led government, when we wake up in the morning, there was a confidential document in the public. Almost every day. It seems to have been minimized under this government. And people who work in sensitive positions must sign these documents. I sign it in my office here, and I have to resign it every year because they are confidential information that must be kept secret. And unfortunately, the last 6 years, and I'm wondering why ASIC is against this, because his government suffered the brunt of this. Because in the last 6 years, almost every Tom, Dick, and Harris was sending government confidential information out there. So I agree with Josiah Joket on this. And for those of us who seem to have some fear, the LACC The Anti-Corruption Act accepts that we should be able to report corruption. So you are protected by the Anti-Corruption Act to put out corruption. And finally, as I close on this, even government leak secrets, even government leak stories, they do it intentionally so that we in the public can discuss it and allow government to make policy either for or against the thing they want to do. So this is not going to stop information from being given to us who are on the network. It won't stop people from talking to us and calling us about things that are affecting their day-to-day life. But those who have the ability to keep confidential information in Liberia, I pray they sign these documents, and hopefully we will be.
Are they talking about those that have the ability to keep confidential?
I was about to ask a question.
They are saying all civil servants, Emmanuel, they're saying all civil servants.
Yeah, Stanton, whatsoever capacity of the civil servant you are, that let me give you an example. Maybe it's not happening. There was one time I went to visit a particular office in the Ministry of Finance. Before I got into the key officer office, there was 6 persons sitting at the door. When a letter comes into that office, person number 1 take the document, read the document, sign on it, and pass it to person number 2. Person number 2 take that document and pass it to person number 3. When it gets to person number 6, he pick the document to carry it to the office. So there are information, because the way we are set up, the way the Liberian civil service structure is set up, where 6 persons has access to a document and only 1 or 2 persons to have, there is a possibility that some of this information will leak out. And that's the reason I understand the Non-Disclosure Act. I understand it from that direction.
But I think you are talking on a whole different level here. We are not asking to put you.
I'm reading it, and I'm reading.
But Emmanuel, no one is saying that you should put on a national security information. We know it's wrong. And the reason why Emmanuel, one time the Joint National Security went for the meeting, right? 2025, early or 2024, right? I had a whole document. I can receive the document, but you know what I do? You know what the government did? Let me say on the show today. They sent someone to talk to me. I will not call the name. And so we understand you're independent media institution. But Liberia National Security, and we have to have certain agreement. The letter concerning the Fadigas brothers and A.B. Kromah that came out, you guys understand. We put that document out. The letter from Oscar 12. We were putting all this thing up, but then we realized that not even Liberia people, international people said, oh, you will burn the country before you even think about building it. So let me say this to you. We are not talking about the national security issue. The border thing, you know how many documents we got? We just played it right. But when you go down to the common civil servant, Emmanuel, that's where you draw the line, and that's where we're coming from.
Yeah, but I do understand your point of this, but I do understand that there is a non-disclosure policy that of civil servants in the Liberian government, and I think that's the policy he's asking everyone to sign. And it doesn't depend on what level of government you work. The issue is that any level you are, you will have access to information. And I appreciate you, Stanton, for being able to keep those security sensitive information. But every one of us who lived during the CDC days, except you want to be a fool to yourself, we wake up almost every morning with sensitive information on the social media.
Again, but Mario, you keep saying sensitive information. Not every civil servant has access to sensitive information. Not every information from government is privileged information.
Well, Emmanuel, one last thing I would say. Well, gentlemen, this is my opinion. One last thing I would say, Emmanuel, because we're closing. One last thing I would say. Thank God you are not an opposition. Thank God for that. Because if you're opposition, that's the reason why the United Party is in government today. But you are defending something that we fought for, to remove CDC government by exposing those things. But now you are telling us, say, don't put it out. Thank God you're not opposition. Thank God you are in position. But then you want Joseph Boakai removed. I don't understand. But Kev, let's bring you on. We'll go to Jacob Jala. and then we'll make progress. We'll end
Do you
the
want
show.
me to answer that point? That point you
No,
made.
don't answer.
People may
I
hear
just
it
pass.
and not understand what I'm saying.
I just pass it, Emmanuel. I just pass it.
Okay.
Senator, thank you for flagging it. I knew all along Emmanuel was never opposition. I knew all along. You're telling me people bringing stuff out within the government that punishing civil servant, that will punish civil servant. Emmanuel just say they should keep it. Seriously, Emmanuel, they should keep it. Signed document. He said, I agree with Josiah Joker to punish civil servant. And these are the opposition people who want to join us. Emmanuel, if I have my way, seriously, I'll put you in the back. Because you say
thank God you don't have your way. Thank God you don't have your way.
You saying yeah. Seriously. You saying yeah, right?
We should also suspend Emmanuel George seriously for 1 week.
Stanton, listen now.
No.
The man saying, you know what the man saying?
But Stanton, I think I need to talk because I'm in support of what he said and I got justification.
VP, go sit down, man. Listen, what Emmanuel is saying, they shouldn't give us information on this platform. So Emmanuel will come here to lecture. We won't come here to lecture. We come here to start keeping company. Emmanuel, we want to keep company, we'll do another Zoom call also. You know, or do conference call. But everybody out there who get information against this government, we call upon you to bring it up. You'll meet some of us who will pay for information. I personally will use my money. I will pay for information. Bring it out, civil servant. Don't listen to Emmanuel. Emmanuel, you supporting the government. You get information out there. I will pay you. Bring it to us. We want it.
All right, thank you, Kev. We gotta go, ladies and gentlemen. That's the end of the show. Let's go to Dr. Richardson. It's always good having you all. Nelson, come on. Nelson gotta go.
Can I make a point?
Let me everybody quick. But then
Everybody got a turn.
Listen, you can't let to disturb like this. I come in. Thank God we have lawyers here. You see, CEO, sometimes we are discussing these matters. Let us put sentiment on one side. We are all here. We have agreed that the law is the law. Some of the things we call law or statutes, I don't agree with it. But these are available instruments we have to control human behavior. The memo did not derive from an individual perception. It derived from a statutory authority. For example, the standing orders of 2012. Let me give you specific section. Section 21, non-disclosure of official secret. It's there.
Well, my man, when you're talking about official secret, all civil servants have access to official secret?
No, listen, no. They say all civil servants. When you work in government institution, if you are not authorized to speak on certain official matter, you discuss it with a journalist or whatever, and you are caught, you can be penalized. I was not around when these laws were made.
Okay, so VP, let me stop you right there. Let me stop you right there.
Limited Party, all our lawmakers, when they pass this thing into law, they sanction these things because in their minds, they felt there will be some secret document that should not be discussed in the public. They pass it into law.
Okay, so we're talking two different things. Like we're talking about.
You are not a moderator.
Yeah, but Vandana, let you just repeat yourself.
No. You don't do that. Only the moderator has the right to say it. My man, your time has elapsed.
Can I put it up one more time? Put it up one more time.
We're not living with the moderator. We are going to talk to.
But you're not talking. I see Kara Hassan talking and this and
Oh
that.
yeah, VP, I
This
beg you
thing
now.
is
VP, I beg you. Let's move on. Go ahead, my brother Clinton. Go ahead.
Oh, so like anybody can interrupt now. You agree?
Yo, VP, don't give me my look. Non-disclosure is not a bad thing, but you can't make it so broad. You have to limit it to state secrets. You have to limit it to disclosing trade secrets, sensitive information. You can't just say that civil servant to sign that they can disclose any official information. So any letter, like, because official information is pretty much anything that is within the government's
But man, they in contradiction. You agree with one, then you say you can't do all it. So which one you on? You for or against? Be clear, a lawyer.
What I'm saying, you cannot have.
Let them
If they want crossfire is fine. That's what I'm made for. Look, you cannot have people just sign broad non-disclosure, even when the federal government when you do have people who have after the state secret sign non-disclosure agreement, there's a provision that says this does not stop them from providing information on wrongdoing. So you have whistleblower acts that protect people. You can't.
That's why I spoke to Gamayu. I spoke to the issue that the LACC Act allows you to refer matters of that nature, and you fighting against it.
No, what we're saying is,
and also there is a whistleblower act. There's a whistleblower act. If you want me on this,
go and report it. Does it say what the non-disclosure agreement is going to ask civil servants not to do? Is it explicit enough? It's so broad. That's the point we're making. If the NDA is going to say state secret, trade, very specific thing, but you can say you can't provide any information official government.
But it's clear. Have you read it? It's clear. It's clear in it that you cannot disclose confidential government.
No, he said official. Let's put it back. Official government information.
I'm talking about the NDA.
No, but that's the thing.
You cannot use information. Personal gain.
Read section 21 of the standing order. Section 21 of the standing order.
All right, guys. Let's hear from Jacob. Guys, we got to go. Let's hear from Jacob. Let Jacob come in, please. Jacob and Connor Gray, then we leave.
Stand up for me with the
Jacob was
exception
fine.
of
You're not getting nothing to offer
with
tonight.
You say what?
Imagine he got nothing to offer than that.
The man say he went to court, you bring nothing for that.
Vandala Patrick drunk, so yeah, he always drunk. So you don't mind he's saying. So
I agree. I agree.
Yeah. So the point is that, with the exception of state secret, national security information, and all of that, how are you going to enforce this? I mean, you see, the problem we have is that people like Josiah Jockett and other people, these people are dinosaurs. They live in the Middle Ages when we are in the age of technology and information. How are you going to enforce this in a modern era? People want to get information across. If they ain't tape it, they will get information. How are you going to stop people from giving information with smartphone where everybody get phone around the place and people can communicate freely? This is a free country. We need to be able to draw a line between kind of information that will come all our way hurt the country, and purely information that have no existential threat on our life, on our safety, on the peace of the country. Josiah Joga is always excited and coming with all these kind of broad brush things. And he did the same thing to how they call the place, City Hall and all of that. People get government job, they get excited, and they just want to appear powerful. That should not be the case. You can't get all civil servants. So how many civil servants will sign a document? 70,000 people or so. So for me, I don't take that kind of thing to be that important.
Thank you, Conor Gray.
Stanton, I think this tends to undermine the Whistleblower Act. If you want to classify certain information, that it should have restrictions to who sees it, do so. Change the construct of government in general. But when you paint everybody with broad brush, sometimes I think Joka Josiah Jokai can be overzealous sometimes, and I think he needs to tamper down a little bit. Imagine if anybody had made a statement that President Boakai is not his president. I wonder if that person would be serving in today's government. I doubt it. Because the fact about the matter is sometimes you limit, especially when you reach at a certain echelon of government. Remember, you can allow people to sign non-disclosure agreement, but for what information? If somebody don't receive the salary and you get half of it, you already violated their right. How you expect them to hold on to that side of a bargain, how to reach out to the press and you see, I got 50% or 30% of my income. I can't meet my expenses in life. Sometimes smart way to think sometimes will help you to modify government policy. Don't just paint everything with broad brush. I think Jakar can be overzealous and you need to tamper it down a little bit. It's too anxious. I don't know. I don't know how to term that, Center.
For me, I would say this to close on this. Nelson, you can come on, Nelson. Let's close the show. I want to say to all Emmanuel George, listen, the government can try. It just what's so important. We try to measure what we discuss on this show. Flying with information, national security information. I can say to everybody, even today, yesterday, I received a whole information that the government want to print new money. You guys don't know about that. I will discuss it tomorrow. I take my time to separate the national security aspect from that of what we can share. And there's some good people in the government that work with us to say, yeah, listen, this will be fine because you don't want to create problems. But you guys didn't know that the government, President Barker trying to talk to lawmakers, one of the reasons why he called them back, that they should be printing new money. We verify the information. Once it is confirmed, then we talk about it. Because we got to be, as the folk estate, we got to be able to tell the Liberian people and not to create problem in the country. So when we discuss this, it's not here. So when we discuss this issue, we should be able to balance our discussion, not to create chaos in the country, not to create fear in the country. Look at what happened at the border. We got so many today. We were at the border. We know what is happening at the border right now. But it is our job to tell the Liberian people that which is right and not to put them in fear. So if you observe 2025 and think, I begin to scale back because people are getting too anxious that the rich is in. And you cannot stop people in this government or any government from sharing secret. Make no mistake, they will still share secret. They stay giving us information. Every ministry, from the executive mansion down, the Capitol building, they still share information. So we just got to be careful and, but for you to come and say 63,707 or more should be quiet because they are not taking pay and you want them to be quiet, it will not work. We'll get the bank records. It will not work. And we got to fight for our people, but we got to be measured. And one of the things, we didn't get to, we hope we can get to it. I want to talk a little more about what happened today. I was surprised about Nathaniel Fallow McGill in Bond County. Did you guys see that? The women came to welcome him, and guess what happened? They promised to come back again in the tens of thousands. Just look at this video.
To be in section of Tuesday and Thursday, and the rest of it you can leave it. It's a history. He missed all these days because of you. Because your cheerleading, the CDC county cheerleading, told the senator that most importantly, the women of Bond County want to speak to you. And as such, the senator deemed it necessary to devote almost a week here just to see you face to face. So you can see today, the senator is sitting right next to you, facing you directly, and you are also wave your hand to the senator.
So I'm getting concerned, right? And maybe that's me. McCain started this thing when he was running for election for McGee. People took it for joke. McGee won overwhelmingly, beat my brother here from Della Patrick and everyone else that ran against him. People were playing around and saying McGee was unsanctioned. McGee will not make it.
But
McGee
wait,
will not
was
do
it
this.
NBU?
No. McGee will not do this. McGee will not do that. That Richardson. McGill is springing up
I
again.
will respond.
Okay? Yeah, no problem. You respond, my brother. McGill is springing up again. And what we are seeing, that Richardson and how McGill operate, he was in Grand Bassa, the people came out. Yes, my fear. And maybe Emmanuel George will disagree with me. If McGill continue on this path to the end of this year, we will pull something from the book and charge McGill. We tried charging him before, it didn't work, and they did it for LCC clear him. What I'm saying, I'm not saying me. Somebody will pull something from the book and charge McGill like the charging Samuel 12 to set him down and quiet him.
Man, that's something you know already. Tell us, man.
I feel on my own because McGill staring ahead. McGill went behind Prince Moyi backyard, and the women coming out like that in Bon County. And people think that's a joke. When the brother appear, women come down like flies, men comes like flies, the people just gather. If you're not afraid, I can tell you from the black book,
That's why they call him the porcupine.
That black playbook for the government, they will put something there and charge McGill. McGill will be going to court instead of going on the campaign trail. I feel my own. I tell my own I'm gone.
McGill got it like that. McGill is a political tactician like that.
No, but I don't disagree with you, Stanton. I don't agree with what you're saying, Stanton. But I agree that Senator McGill should continue to do what he's doing. He should continue visiting the country. He should continue showing the struggles that our Liberian people are going on. He should continue to highlight it. So if this government is, because this government is full of angry people, they get angry all the time. So if some of the angry people in this government believe that they want to arrest McGill because he did that which is right and doing what they have failed to do, that's the problem. So he should continue doing it and let them get angry and hopefully.
One thing is that even if they can't McGill to jail, you will not support him. You will not go to Liberia National Police. You're just saying it on the show, but the same way with Sam Jackson, CMC abandoned him.
Let me say something. Oh, VP, the men beat you with small. So stand on. Let me say something quick. Let's be fair. I've known McGill for a long time, and McGill is a very nice big brother. He's someone that connects with people. I wouldn't be shocked if McGill's name starts to ring all around the place to be a possible VP candidate to someone. I'm saying someone could be president. Could be.
McGill cannot be VP candidate.
No, but I'm just saying something. I would be surprised. McGill name because McGill flogging good. So wait, don't make another party get in feelings here. Who beg you? Let me end my statement. I beg you, VP. You and McGill will not run for vice president position. McGill will beat you anytime. Leader one, you might call me, but that is true. But I'm only saying I wouldn't be surprised to hear the name being out there. Listen, you can hate it, you can like it. McGill is one of the most popular people in that country. And McGill, someone told me that he's one of the best political tacticians you can find in Liberia. He's one person you won't see talking all around the place, but the amount of things McGill can get done, sometimes you will wonder how he managed to achieve those things. So watch out for him. I'm not saying he will go after Badala Patrick.
I agree with you, I say. I want Unity Party to open their eyes. I want VP. I want Unity Partisan people to open their eyes. What McGill doing, they should stop him. If he wait, McGill continue on this thing, it will be too late.
You want them to stop it? What do you mean you want them to stop it?
Imagine this. McGill went Grand Bassa. McGill caused problem. They should stop him. If I am there in Unity Party right now, they got to try a means right now to stop McGill. Look at it.
Yo,
Moyi, you have Prince Moyi jumping around saying, don't tell the people thank you, right? Prince Moyi was doing this, and Miguel is in Prince Moyi backyard digging. Unity Party shouldn't take this for a joke. They should stop Miguel while they can right now. I'm saying it.
Yeah, let me say something. CEO.
So Standard is encouraging political wisdom.
We see NACC.
No, Miguel brings his acumen from the NPP. That's an NPP guy. So he's known. He's known. That one that you can't take it from him.
So, CEO, why I don't want UP to do, and they should never make that attempt to go after somebody because they are popular. They should not. In fact, what you will be doing, you will be increasing the political capital of Senator McGill. Don't do that. If you have the intent and desire to do that, don't do it. You had a chance to do that 2024, 2025. You didn't do it. Now that the man is going from one country to another, if you are thinking the only way to weaken him is to indict him, don't do it. I don't want anybody to do that.
I'm not saying I'm indicted. I'm just saying I'm have a plan. Because what we are saying here, to tell you the truth, this is not ordinary. I can say this to all of you, and this is not ordinary. My guess is
not confused. You want United Party to come for power. You don't want to come for power.
Let me talk.
Let me answer your question. No, wait.
You want United Party to leave power. You know, because 1 minute you want to leave power, and not being we have another minute.
No, stand up.
I thought it was a care option. You want to tell
Clinton, you have a unique question. Clinton, you ask a unique question. Let me answer.
Clinton asking me, not you. Hold on.
No,
asking me.
No,
you are asking me. Clinton
asking me.
No, stand up.
If I were you, I would not say anything. I get beat about Leo. Clinton was asking me. Clinton, what you say? Clinton, who you asking? Clinton, who you asking? No. Wait. Let's ask Clinton. Clinton, who you directing your question? Who you directing your question to?
I really understand, man.
Let me answer. Clinton. Clinton, what's your question? Clinton?
No question, man. Clinton, let the show end. Oh
no, Clinton, what's your question?
No, the show end. No question.
Wait.
No question.
I'm not saying you make a CDC case.
No question.
Do you want United Party to return to power?
Badala Patrick, don't let the
I don't want to answer that question, Clinton. He doesn't want to answer that question.
I'm not asking you a CDC question. I don't want to talk about CDC.
Don't let the
Party to come out.
You never expected me to speak.
Thank you, Nelson. So let me say this to Clinton. Clinton, I really love. I want to answer your question. I said choose. He doesn't want me to answer your question, Clinton. But let me answer.
Let me ask you. Can I ask you?
He asked me.
No. He was saying something. He didn't say you can't respond.
If the man talk anything about CDC, we're not even going there. I said the man should talk about what or not when you need the party. It's a simple yes or no answer.
The only person that is not happy with the end of the show is Badala Patrick, because the end of the show concerns Nathaniel McGill. And you know, Nathaniel McGill is the man who made the 1% of the joke.
So I will say to you, Clinton, everything I know, Clinton, I will say to you, everything I know, be that it may, I want Unity Party, President Barker, to do the right thing. If President Barker can be in power for 100 more years, listen, once he's doing the right thing, I'm happy. But if the government, the Unity Party government mess it up, right, with all the little stuff and bringing distraction and hardship on the Liberian people, then we should have another government, somebody that will transform the country and somebody that will do better. We only want the country to be better. Whether Unity Party, CDC, ANC, CMC, and all the C's and P's. That's all I'm asking for. I don't belong to any political party. I love Omer Joe Barker. I think when he get his mind right, he get everything straightened up, he can help change Liberia. Not 100%, he can try. But what we are looking at today, we need leadership. Whether President Barker will fix it, I will be happy. If it is not President Barker, the Liberian people, God will bless us with a leader that will take us to the next generation, the one that wishes right for the people. So it's not about party, Clinton. Yeah. So, Colonel Great, thank you very much. Vanilla Patrick, sorry that Nathan might get with you. I don't think you will come back. If you
No,
choose
but
to
why you
leave,
keep saying this thing? So listen, I'm the only person, but let me just say something, CEO, as we conclude.
are you the only person on this show that I met with?
No. But Lord, CEO, one thing I wanted to say, right? CDC had everything. And I'd like to say this in all fairness. Next to Charles Taylor after our war, the second most popular president, someone to win election was George Weah. 62%. 62%. In 6 years, the popularity depreciated. The big question is, what went wrong? They had the police, they had the money, they had the guns, they had everything. So leadership, sometimes when you are given power, you have to manage it carefully. For me, 2029 is not going to be about popularity. It's going to be about key things. The safety of Liberian people. Once Liberians are free to articulate in the midst of their suffering, nobody touching them, they will consider that.
I think
If you are suffering,
don't
forget about it.
Thank you.
Let you leave that.
Vipi, thank you guys. We gotta go. It's 4 hours. No, it's 4 hours. Thank you very much, Vipi. We wish you well. Whether you will run again or you are not wrong, we wish you well. Great. Thank you for joining us. To all of you out there, we appreciate you. As always, we say thank you very, very much for coming on. It was a great show today, and I want to say we do appreciate all of you. All right, have a good night wherever you are.
Well, at least we made the people to know what is morning London today, so that I'm sure it will help black people. They will go back and will draw their Bukos cartoon according to Ken.
Let me ask you a question. You think the government of Liberia worry about money laundering?
I know,
yeah.
How many times? No, that's true.
know.
I agree. For that one, I agree with you. The case started from Cemetery. He got the authority to sign. It left from there. It came to Cemetery. Didn't get letter. It left from there. It went to FIA, part of the National Security Council. It left from there. So they just getting something that will hold my girl. Or to it. So I agree with you. They might end up putting the man in jail, not because of crime, because of, like you said, sacrificial lamb. They want to show like they are fighting corruption, which is crazy because, how do you, how do you, hello?
I say, people don't let what I say, but my own I say. All that yama in court, that play a momo. I tell you what, at the end of the day, small technicality, Senator will run to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will nail him. All right? Somebody got to be the sacrificial lamb. My own, I say my own. I want to say, I say, do. Thank you very much. To all of you out there, listen, you must have a Good Friday. Tomorrow is Good Friday. To tell you the truth, tomorrow is Good Friday. By the time we can beat on Judah, Judah died today, we bury him tomorrow. Don't forget, you got to beat on Judah tomorrow, right? Judah is the man that sold Jesus Christ for 30 pieces of silver, right?
So, Stanton, I got a question for you. Since we want to show everybody go, our friends that can be in the comment section that can be cussing us, what exactly do they want us to do? The other guy say, I know GHLRB. He say, as it is a certified clown, to it is a criminal. So what the ball we can do?
Listen, you know the funny thing, they still come back and follow.
They got an asthma causing a cause.
Segu also say, I said, don't move for you, man.
The man, I just look at the comment, one of the things I noticed, if people come on the show initially, they can be so particular on the comment. They can be saying, what the people cussing me for? I said, if you mind you people insulting
Yeah,
you,
don't worry about the comment, and it will kill you for no reason. But I said thank you very much. It's been a great show, and of course we will look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. To all of you out there, thanks a lot. May God bless you. Have a wonderful Good Friday. Don't forget, if you have to go to church, go to church.
But Stanley, why you can't talk? We need to talk about. The CDC is putting its house in order from one angle of the earth to the next. The CDC USA will be having its convention. The reason why that is important, because that convention will be spearheaded by the 27th president of Liberia, President Weah. And I think you may want to give us at least 5 minutes tomorrow, or within the prime time, to just talk about it. I'll fly up, put it up, let the people know what we got in store. Philadelphia, June 24th to the 28th will be jam-packed, because we are assembling Liberians of all backgrounds to grace that occasion. The convention, the national convention of the CDC will be dope. Will be dope. Full power. The president, the secretary, the chairman, and some members of the legislature, and some very high-profile people will be gracing the occasion. We also anticipate to have some of the most outspoken members from the opposition Black. We know the discussion is still on to have Musa Belete come here, to have Edwin Snow is here. Hopefully he will be here. Simeon Fremont and the rest of the other guys. How you call them? Mr. Alexander Cummins and the rest of the folks. But I would just think tomorrow during prime time, if you can give us like 2 minutes.
Well, that's a problem. That's a problem.
No. This is a problem.
Wait. I said, wait now. There are fee for CDC. Yes, man. Okay. I'll be right there. I fee for CDC, I say. And this is how I think. You guys are so cheap. You guys, 6 years you're in power. You want to tell me that you can pay for this little announcement?
I'm here now. We are here.
No, I said, hold on. Everything. I say, I got to go to Bible study. My daughter called him and let me go. I feel for y'all. Everything you want free. You're running the country free. All the money free. You're putting money in Bay House free. Small announcement to pay for. You pay
we are here. They say when you get benefits.
Your convention you're setting up, guess what happened? You're fighting among yourself. The convention person in Philadelphia, the person you remove. You're not let me go there, man. I said.
Well, start on CDC is an institution of moral. CDC is an institution of integrity.
Ask me the question. What I want CDC to come.
I don't know what you're talking about, but what I'm saying tomorrow.
Ask me the question. What I want CDC to come out about.
We'll take 5 minutes to throw in a little light on our convention coming up, because I want the people to know. Listen, Standard, we have developed a website where you can go and register as a participant in the convention. You can be a seditian, you can be an observer. It should tell you how well it will be.
I gotta go. It's time to go. Praise God. I gotta do the Bible study at home today. I want to say thanks to all of you. Happy Good Friday to you in Liberia.
Okay.
Just celebrate. There's a reason why the Friday is good, because Jesus Christ died for us, for our iniquities and everything. So therefore, we should celebrate the goodness of the Friday as we recognize the person of Christ. Have a good night. God bless you. Be safe. I said, thank you.